Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Sunday, the 15th of May. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We are, of course, live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV and your radio, and we're online. So wherever you're going, whatever you're up to, you can take us with you.
Coming up this morning, NATO foreign ministers are reconvening in Berlin this morning to discuss the latest threats made by Vladimir Putin. This comes after the Russian president warned Finland that any attempt they made to join the defence pact would be a mistake.
NHS prescription charges in England are being frozen as ministers try to ease the financial burden on struggling families. A single prescription will now remain at £9.35, whilst a 3-month prescription prepayment certificate will stay at £30.25p.
And are we losing British bugs to climate change? A recent ecological survey has suggested that 60% of flying insects have been disappearing in the last 20 years.
See, well, most of us might think, oh, that's quite nice.
Yeah.
But actually, it's very bad for pollination and things.
It is, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know. It's just as the warm weather came out yesterday afternoon, I noticed an awful lot more flying insects and found them an absolute nuisance.
But we've got a bug house now to actually encourage them, to give them somewhere to live in the garden.
Well, that's all right with nice bugs. I mean, we showed pictures there of butterflies, but there are some pretty horrible ones as well. I've got an enormous bush in the front garden, which has been fine up till now, and then yesterday I noticed it's covered in flies, little tiny flies. And my instinct is to get out the bug spray.
No, that's very bad for them. Well, for them, for us. Well, Anyway, what do you think about any of that or anything we're talking about today? We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to know where you are, what you're up to this Sunday. gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews. Now, the foreign ministers of the 30 NATO member countries are meeting in Berlin today following the recent comments made by Russian President Vladimir Putin. The meetings in the German capital were supposed to be informal, with both Sweden and Finland invited to attend.
Yeah, but today the talks have grown rather more serious following a phone call made by President Putin to the Finnish leader in which he warned him that Finland joining NATO would be a mistake.
So what action could Russia take, and how concerned should NATO be about the comments? Well, let's talk to British expat Thomas Jason Jones, who's fled Ukraine along with his wife, Iriana. Good to see you both this morning. And I think, Thomas, last time we talked to you, were you still in Ukraine at that point?
Ira was here, but she wasn't up to the task. I mean, lack of sleep. I remember we were talking about
You've not long been back. What is it like now to be here in the UK, but still seeing what is going on in Ukraine?
It's very hard for us. First, I want to say thank you for all English people. They're amazing. And I know so many people come here through this program, Home for Ukrainian. People, you amazing, really. We're so grateful about this. I want to say, we all appreciate this, and it means a lot for us. You help it so much. And, OK, we can't sleep about just one thing, about these people in Mariupol right now. It's a god of war, these people, really. These really heroes. They are fighting 3 months already, and they blocked in this Azovstal. And they're asking about extraction. Just one thing's what all Ukrainian and I think whole world now thinking about this people.
Get them out safely.
We ask about help, really. I don't know what we can do. I'm sure that government doing everything what's possible to do to save these lives, but I just can't not tell about this.
We are so full of admiration for the courage of your people. I mean, it's been incredible, and I know it's been hard, and a lot of people have died, and a lot of people are still suffering. But your fortitude has been absolutely amazing. I mean, it was even last night on the Eurovision Song Contest, which, by the way, was won by Ukraine. I don't know if you stayed up to watch it. Did you? But even at the end of that, the lead singer sort of said, think about the people in Mariupol. We need to get the people out of the plant there. We love Ukraine, and we will go on fighting. And those very singers are going to be back in the fighting quite soon.
Yep.
I mean, the courage of your people is amazing.
Yes, thank you very much. We know this, and we will fighting to the end. And with all this help from whole world, we're so grateful because it will be impossible. Just we wanted to win, and we will win. It's just about the safe lives. There's all this equipment, weapons, this coming to Ukraine. It helps a lot, really. Thank you very much.
I mean, what is your take on all of this now, Thomas? When we see. I mean, I don't want to sort of drag you into the geopolitics of it all particularly.
You can,
but you know, we know what Putin wanted to do was try to split NATO. It now looks like it's going to end up with 2 new members in Sweden and Finland. The world is united, or most of the world is united against him. I mean, it's a remarkable situation, even though all the suffering is still going on.
It's games and rhymes, checkmate, really, isn't it, at the end of the day? He wanted to divide that. He wanted Ukraine to avoid joining NATO, now Finland, you know. So I think it's kind of backfiring on him in all ways. You know, I was back. I don't know. Last time I was here, I told you I was going to go back. I went back to Ira's mother and check their flat and do some stuff. And you know, we can see that there's a lot of a lot of things going on. And by the border and around Poland, and you know, supplies are coming in. So I think NATO's helping Ukraine in one way, but of course they don't want to get involved to let Ukraine join NATO.
And how are the in-laws?
Well, in-law, mother-in-law, tough lady. She's good. I went to have a whiskey breakfast with her the day after I arrived. Yeah, good old Mamulia, my mother-in-law. It was on her birthday.
Oh, really?
So we kind of did a video call, and he was very emotional because we left one of our dogs there. So,
well, that's what I was going to ask you, Iryna. Who else is left behind that you are still thinking about all the time?
It's all my friends and my colleague and all my lives there. So I feel not alone here because I was my husband and people so friendly. Country is so friendly to us.
You're finding that, are you finding a lot of support from the British people?
Yes, exactly. Every day we start talking about, if they realize that I'm from Ukraine, they ask, how are you, how are your friends, how you feel? So it's really amazing country. Thank you so much.
And are you able to keep in touch with friends and family back home?
Yeah, I do on a daily basis. I mean, I've worked a lot in the IT industry, and a lot of the guys that I'm working with and girls are either at the front line, they're helping in some way, they're doing work, hacking even. You know, a lot of people in IT are doing a lot of hacking work. So yeah, on a daily basis, I do speak to people in the military. I've got a good friend who's in Mykolaiv right now. You know, he can't tell me where he is, obviously, but we keep in touch. He's one of my students. I taught him English. So on a daily basis, I'm in contact with a lot of people, personal friends, military friends. When I was there 2 weeks ago, when I saw my mother-in-law, I met a very young soldier in the park because there was a air raid siren going on, and we got talking, 20-year-old young lad, and I'm in contact with him, and he's asking me to send videos to him and his friends of London. Young boy probably has no idea. Hard thing to deal with. Yeah,
I mean, and that's the heartbreaking thing, isn't it? It's not just the civilians who are suffering, if you want to box it as civilians, but also those people who've now been conscripted, who are they're children. Children at 20,
it's
really.
True. It's true. It's pain. It's big pain, but also they wanted to fight. All of people. It's amazing. It was line to go to army to fight for Ukraine. It's people so brave and strong. Really, Ukrainian, amazing.
It is something which we have marvelled at since the beginning of this. Is, as you say, you are a strong people. Like,
it's true.
It's very hard for us to understand how strong you are.
It's true.
I mean, the first days of the war.
We understand because we're fighting for our country. If we will be not so strong, Ukraine will be not on the map. It will be. We will plan like this. In 3 days, it just won't destroy it, all whole Ukraine. It will be like part of Russia, like Belarus right now. So what we completely understand what's going on, and we're just fighting for Ukraine.
Well, what do you think of President Zelensky? I mean, because he's such a new president, isn't he? And being tested in this way and seems to be astonishingly successful
It's
at
good.
leading the country.
I mean, he's good, as I said before, and I'll say it again. He's stepped up to the plate as soon as this started. I mean, he's incredible. Very good, very good to his people. Very good media presence. Always available.
I was going to say, is some of his strength? I mean, it's very odd when someone who was a TV personality, wasn't he? A comedian,
Exactly.
I think.
Yes.
Doesn't seem the most likely candidate for president at the time, and yet has that played to his favour? Because he's such a good communicator, and he is getting the message out there. He's got the message out to the world so passionately. That's been remarkable in and of itself.
Yes, it's a lot of people like him. A lot of people hate him before, but right now we should be all together.
Yeah.
And he is good right now. He's doing everything.
He's doing the job, isn't he?
Yeah, big job. He just flying everywhere, talk to everywhere. He stay in Kiev and he don't give up. And we're looking at him, we listen to him, and it's make us more sure about what happens. So I think he is good right now.
Yeah.
Well, it's lovely to see you again, and it's lovely to catch up with you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm so glad that you feel comfortable here in England.
Thank you so much to people.
and I am, but I hope you'll get home very soon.
Of course. We just think
we all
about
want you
it.
to be home.
Yeah,
Well, you should
lovely.
be.
We would like to be.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
Good
you
to talk
both.
to you.
Thank you.
Well, it's 11 minutes past 6. Shall we bring you up to date with what else is going on today? The Prime Minister will urge Northern Ireland's politicians to get back to work after the DUP blocked the election of a Speaker at the Stormont Assembly. Boris Johnson's going to travel to Belfast tomorrow for a series of crisis talks where he'll say parties must come together if problems with the protocol are going to ever be fixed.
President Zelensky says Ukraine's counter-offensive has forced Russian troops to retreat from some areas of Kharkiv. The region's governor says troops have made ground near the Russian-held town of Izium, where Moscow's forces have been trying to fight their way south. It's been described as Ukraine's fastest advance since Russian troops pulled away from Kyiv.
NHS prescription charges in England will be frozen for the first time in 12 years as part of measures to ease the cost of living crisis. Health Secretary Sajid Javid says the charges, which normally rise in line with inflation, will be paused to put an estimated £17 million back in people's pockets. Love to know what you think of that.
Extra security measures installed in prisons over the last 2 years have stopped nearly 20,000 attempts to smuggle drugs and weapons behind bars. The Justice Secretary says X-ray body scanners and drug trace machines are helping enforce a zero-tolerance approach to drugs, knives and mobile phones.
And the Prime Minister has praised Ukraine after winning the Eurovision Song Contest, calling it a reflection of talent and unwavering support for the country's fight for freedom. Folk rap group Kalush Orchestra's Stefania topped the poll, whilst the UK's Sam Ryder came in second place with pop song Spaceman.
In the FA Cup final, Liverpool beat Chelsea 6-5 on penalties after a goalless 120 minutes. Substitute Kostas Tsimikas scored the winning penalty after Chelsea's captain hit the post. The win means Liverpool remain on course for an unprecedented quadruple of trophies. Now, as we just heard, the government have announced they're going to freeze the price of NHS prescriptions for the first time in more than a decade to ease the cost of living crisis. It's going to ease some pressure and put money back in people's pockets, according to the Health Secretary. Let's talk to oncologist Carol Sikora, who joins us now. Carol, it's good to see you. This just seems like a sensible move, doesn't it?
Oh, it really does. I mean, the whole business of prescription charging, the NHS doesn't get much money from it in reality. There's administrative costs, then all children get it free, or people over 60 get it free. So you're talking about, a group of people that actually, the age group doesn't consume many drugs on the whole. The thing is, there are a few people that do. It's not their fault. They have an illness that requires regular medication, and to charge them a lot more money every year makes no sense. So I think this is a good thing. I mean, it would be invidious to put families in the position of choosing going to the supermarket to get some food or getting a prescription. And so I think good for the government for doing this at this time.
What do you think of the cost of prescriptions at the moment anyway? I mean, I was quite surprised to see that they are as expensive as they are.
I know, and a lot of the prescriptions, actually, if you bought the drugs privately with a prescription, because the drugs are prescription-only medicines, you have legally to have a prescription from a doctor, it would actually be cheaper. So if you take common antibiotic, coamoxiclav, very commonly used antibiotic for sore throats, for chest infections and so on, £9.35, you get it on the NHS, you can get it for £4 on a private prescription at the same chemist. He's happy, he gets the same amount of money. So I think we need to review how we use these drugs. The other area where we could really save a lot of money is if pharmacists were allowed to use what's called generic prescriptions. So a doctor writes with a trade name for a drug, the pharmacist has to give that trade name. If you were allowed to change it to another brand which was cheaper, you'd save a lot of money. And I really don't understand, I've been a doctor over 50 years, why we haven't. In hospitals, we have generics, but out in retail pharmacies, they use the branded drugs, which makes no sense.
Look, in terms of where we are health-wise as a nation at the moment, I know you were extremely concerned because of the pandemic and what was happening particularly to oncology patients, cancer patients in the midst of all of this. Are we staging a recovery? Are we starting to get things back on an even keel at all?
We are, but the problem is we don't have the capacity in the system that other European countries have, Germany, France, Italy, and so on. More doctors, more nurses, better access. And access to the NHS is the key problem for everybody now. So you phone up the GP, you get an appointment in 6 weeks or something like that. So delays come in. Sure, we've got NHS 111, and I'm a great advocate for that. It's a very good service, especially for minor things and giving reassurance. But at the end of the day, we've got to build up the capacity and the workforce that comes with it. I think because of COVID, ironically, a lot more people look at healthcare and think, I'd like to get into that at all levels. And I think that's a good thing. It's all about pay, incentives, and all the other things in a workforce that are not really sorted out. And the management, well, again, having been around so long with NHS managers, some of them are excellent, but a lot of them just do the day job and that's it. And we need to get much more responsiveness to the customer, to us, the patients that are paying for it. After all, it's not free.
Well, possibly COVID also exposed some of the other faults within the health service that need addressing. Jeremy Hunt, former health minister, obviously, has been writing a book. If we wanted what he's been doing, that's what he's been doing. Made the front page lead of the Sunday Times, saying the NHS requires major surgery. Would you agree?
I fully agree with him. Now, he's one of my heroes when he was a health minister. He came into trouble with the junior doctors, if you remember. They went on strike. But he's completely correct. One needs to do something dramatic. It's very difficult politically. Everybody loves something that's free, and it's almost become a religion after COVID, from the spoon banging and all the rest of it. I'm regarded as a heretic because I keep saying we've got to do something to change it. They'll burn me at the stake in Skipton House, the headquarters. I think the other problem is that they've changed the board of NHS England quite dramatically. If you look at it now, it consists of people with experience in commerce, in industry, in finance. The chairman was an ex-banker. The problem there is that whilst they're the board of NHS England, it's like being in a railway signal box where the levers have sort of got disconnected to the signals. So they can say, do this, do that, pull the levers, but nothing actually happens out there. That's the big problem. We've got to get it much more responsive to customers and much more proactive in dealing with healthcare, so you actually reduce healthcare costs.
OK, Carol Sikora, as always, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, we could do with having Carol on for a good half hour. I always say with these great guests, they have a half
hour. During the whole
to...
pandemic, he was on television so often speaking absolute sense when other people appeared to be just sort of, spoon-feeding us with nonsense half the time. That's what it felt like just as a consumer at home. I wonder what you think, watching at home at the moment and hearing him. And also the cost of prescription charges, I had not realised. It was £9.35 for a
Well, I didn't.
30-odd quid for a month. If you need the medication, then you need the medication, and that is a lot to pay for it.
You see, I'm say fortunate because I'm type 1. It's a chronic condition. Therefore, I have medical exemption, so I don't have to pay for prescriptions. And I do, I mean, and quite right too, for a lot of it. I mean, insulin is expensive and I need it to live. But what I also get, I get all of my prescriptions free as a result of that. Now, I understand that's because it would cost them a lot of money to work out what you would pay for and what you wouldn't, these sort of admin charges. But then, you know, if I just go and pick up a prescription for antibiotics or something and you don't pay for it, then I said, well, I'm capable of paying for that.
Yeah.
But, you know, I can't.
It's
So I don't
difficult,
know.
isn't it? Actually, if you're watching at the moment and you have to pay prescription charges without it getting too personal, what is it for? And do you feel that's OK if you can afford it? But what if you really can't, but you still need it?
Interesting,
It's a difficult
isn't
one,
it?
How do you manage to pay those prescription charges? And this business about generic drugs as well is balmy. isn't
Yeah.
it? Why are we overpaying through our NHS? Why are we overpaying for branded medicine when exactly the same medicine, unbranded and generic, is available much, much cheaper?
Interestingly, I was in the chemist last week picking some stuff up, and someone in front of me they didn't have the branded medication that was on the prescription, so they did give them a generic, which they're not, as according to Carol there, they're not meant to do.
No, but a lot of pharmacists know their stuff and will often say, you know, you could have that, but this is cheaper, especially if you're paying for it, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, they just didn't have
the
didn't
choice.
have the branded in, so it's either you go somewhere else, I can give you this generic one, which they did. The generic, I mean, it's exactly the same stuff, so why not? That's what I say. Anyway, let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. It's you we want to hear from on all of this stuff. It doesn't matter what we waffle on about. No. It's what you have to say that matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do stay with us, though. Got plenty more to come, including why British insects seem to be disappearing. Looking ahead to the weather, though, and it's rather warm and humid. Sunny spells, scattered showers, some thundery. These are the details.
Well, it's going to be dry across much of the southwest of England by lunchtime with plenty of warm sunshine and light winds. Feeling warm and humid with temperatures reaching around 21 degrees Celsius.
Have your umbrella at hand across southeast England and London as a few showers are possible. Could be heavy at times. Drier and brighter across Wales for midday with some bright or warm sunny spells around. A few heavy showers still possible, though.
Let's zoom over to the Midlands, and it'll be a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers. Some of those showers could be heavy with the odd rumble of thunder. Feeling warm, though, and muggy.
It's a mixed picture across northern England this lunchtime. Sunshine and scattered showers. Again, a few could be heavy. Some hail or thunder, believe it or not. 17 Celsius.
Bands of showery rain will continue to move northwards across Scotland. The rain heavy in places, but there will be some sunny spells breaking through at times. Highs of 17.
And mainly dry across Northern Ireland this lunchtime. Generally light winds. A few heavy showers are possible. Warm and humid for the time of year. Again, those temperatures around 17 degrees.
So sunny spells, scattered showers are expected through the rest of this afternoon and into evening time. And that's your weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question.
That's two questions, actually. That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"6:25, this is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. We are, of course, on your TV. We're online and we're on your radio. So if you're heading out and about today...
Yeah, it's interesting.
You don't have to miss a trick, which is nice. Loads of you getting in touch this morning.
Daniel says, I'm a Brit living in Chicago and prescription charges in the United States can be into the hundreds of dollars with average insurance. £9 in the UK is an absolute bargain. You see, when you watch the world from a different perspective.
Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? Beth, morning Beth, says, what a lovely start to the morning to hear our interview with the beautiful couple, Thomas and Iriana, who we had on, and hearing of their journey since leaving Ukraine.
Yes, it was lovely to meet them.
Do you know what? Iriana particularly, I just thought that, she was actually welling up. I don't know if you can see on camera, but the passion there and the horror, actually, of what they're going through as a country is just so transparent, so obvious, apparent, I should have said, when you speak to these people.
Did you see them in the Eurovision Song Contest last night?
No, I didn't see any of it.
I was mad enough to stay up till the end. And, Ukraine's entry was quirky, to say the least.
Was it?
Very quirky. It was folk music meets rap. In the most unusual costumes, but it was full of energy. And the group they were the Koresh Orchestra, something like that. They had been fighting in Ukraine just a few weeks ago. The president gave them special leave, special dispensation to go to Italy to take part in the Eurovision Song Contest because they were all young men, I think, all of them. There might have been one who was a woman. It was a bit difficult to tell with what they were wearing, but. So they were obviously given special dispensation to come to Italy to take part. They won, of course, and they ended up they did a magnificent number again, and they sort of said, "Fight for Ukraine, support Ukraine," and everything, and they were wonderful. And then they're going back into the fighting in a couple of days. They said they're staying out in Italy for a couple more days just to get over what's happened, and then they will be going straight back. So,
Which is,
it's
remarkable.
They are,
It's
absolutely.
remarkable.
Nikki says, Weston, the bulldog, and I are watching you snuggled up on the sofa in Dartmouth, Devon. We always love watching you too.
Oh.
Hello, Nikki and Weston.
Oh, yes. And Helen says, I love watching insects making use of my garden, especially hoverflies and ladybirds. They're a marvellous part of the circle of life. I'd agree with you, Helen, on that, but...
Hoverflies are good. They're very interesting.
Yeah. Well, of course, we are seeing more insects. Summer is just around the corner, and the hot weather brings those bugs and insects out and about.
Yeah, but new research is showing that a dramatic decline is happening in the number of flying insects. Apparently, they've declined 60% since 2004.
Yeah, and while on the surface it sort of seems a little bit appealing, it could not, it could be an environmental disaster potentially in the future. Let's go to Nottingham and speak to Community Gardening Coordinator Kirsty Dexter. Morning to you, Kirsty. Look, why are bugs and insects so important for us and our ecology?
Well, they form, a huge part of biodiversity, a huge part of our food systems. This really is a canary in the coal mine when we're looking at what might happen after this, if we don't take action. And it's organisations like us, it's projects like ourselves who do things on a small scale, captivating the hearts and minds of young people to really make that change so we don't head towards disaster, really.
Do we need all flying insects, or are some just a nuisance and it wouldn't be a tragedy if they died out?
Well, they all have their uses, you see. You know, they all affect the food chains and ecosystems in their own unique way. You know, we have things like mosquitoes, which seem like a pest, but actually, you know, they all play their role within biodiversity, within our ecosystem. So they all do play a vital part, really. You know, and then when we're looking at insects, we're looking at pollinators, we're looking at insects under the ground, which help soil structure, you know, build nutrients and things like that. They all do play a really vital part, really.
Do we know why we've seen such a dramatic fall in, 16, 17 years or so?
Yeah, so I suppose it's a lot to do with the way we farm now. You know, the way we farm, we'll use lots of pesticides. Street teams, for example, spray herbicides and pesticides all over the pavements. And we actually have a fantastic project that we're piloting in Nottingham at the moment, where we're encouraging communities and streets to stop spraying pesticides and herbicides and deal with it sort of, you know, if you want to remove weeds, you do it manually. It really does have a profound effect, and particularly the way we farm now. It's more intensive, it's more degrading on the soil and on the ecosystems and soil systems. So yeah, you know, the way that we eat has a huge impact on our environment and on populations and things like that.
To sum up, I mean, just for us ordinary gardeners, let alone the farmers who should know their stuff, I suppose, but for us ordinary gardeners in our small gardens, should we just avoid using insecticides and maybe look for something else if we've got a flying bug problem?
Yeah, so I mean, for example, what we do here is we use companion planting. It's a fantastic way to, you know, redirect bugs. For example, if you want to grow a really healthy crop of carrots, you would use things like onions and leeks planted around them to help redirect those pests to what you want them to go to, as opposed to your carrot crop. So there are really clever ways. It's called permaculture, and we really need to sort of ingrain that in the way that we look after our gardens, because it's this mindset of, you know, I'm only one person, what impact can I have? When actually, you know, a space like this can have a huge impact. You could look at, you know, up to 2 million different species in just an area like this. So that changing that mindset is the most important thing, I think. But looking at permaculture, looking at companion planting, reducing pesticides, and finding more clever ways, really, to redirect those bugs, as opposed to just killing them all, because that does have a, you know, a huge impact wider than just the ones that we're trying to treat, you see.
Yeah, look, good advice. It's fascinating to talk to you. Kirsty Dexter, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it. I tell you what I've noticed in the garden, which is, because we had hedgehogs a few years ago, but we haven't seen any lately at all. But we find there's loads of snail shells.
Yes, I'm
empty.
finding those. What's going on?
So something's eating the snails.
Birds?
Well, it might be birds, but it could very well be hedgehogs. So
you've got holes in your fence and everything.
There are some holes in the fence.
You're meant to leave holes in the fence, or at least have your fences up a bit so that the hedgehogs can go under.
And we've got a little hedgehog house thing, but of course, you can't look in them because it disturbs them.
No, put a camera in.
Just shove a camera in.
Yeah, like Nature Watch.
That'd be a good idea. But something's eating the snails, when also you sort of just want to get rid of the snails.
I've noticed exactly the same thing. That's weird, isn't it? Maybe you know the answer. I don't know.
We've got quite a lot of squirrels. I don't think squirrels eat snails.
No, they're vegetarians, aren't they, squirrels?
Well, I presume. But I don't know.
Well, we don't know an awful lot about nature, but maybe you do, so get in touch and tell us.
Don't go anywhere, though. We've got lots more coming up, including a look at today's papers in just a couple of minutes.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back. You're watching. Sorry, get our paperwork ready. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. It is 6:35. Good morning to you. We're online. We're on your radio for you this morning, and we're on TV.
Yeah, we're everywhere. Shall we take a look at today's front pages? The Times leads with Jeremy Hunt's comments on the cover-up culture at the NHS causing preventable deaths, he says.
The Observer has an exclusive investigation on the poor condition of comprehensive schools across the country.
The Express covers the Chancellor's vow to help fix the cost of living crisis.
Mail on Sunday has the controversial booing of Prince William by Liverpool fans at the FA Cup final.
And the Sunday Telegraph leads on the criticism of the Bank of England by ministers for failing to properly control rising inflation.
Let's go through the papers then for you this morning with journalist Benedict Spence and broadcaster Andrew Ebor. Morning to you both.
Good morning.
Benedict, let's kick off with the Sunday Times, should we? And as Anne was talking about with Carol Sikora before, Jeremy Hunt saying the rogue NHS requires major surgery.
Yes, that's always a reassuring note to hear from a former health secretary, isn't it? The ministry that he was running for so long is in such dire straits. But this isn't news in the strictest sense, because actually, you know, this was even before the pandemic. Every year you'd hear about, the NHS is in crisis. It's got however many weeks before it collapses. It needs more money. And really, this is one of the sort of, it's wrong to say it's great unspoken conversations, because we're always talking about the NHS in this country, but there is an idea, isn't there, that it is some sort of wonderful health system. And I suppose, compared to a third world country, yes, it's fantastic. It was also fantastic when it was set up decades ago, but it has fundamentally failed to move with the times. If you look at pretty much every single health system across Europe and the developed world, nothing mirrors the NHS. They're more than happy to take what it does well, but they also learn from their mistakes. And the NHS just seems to sort of sit in this state stasis, I suppose. And, you know, we're paralysed about talking about reforming it, about improving it, because it only ever comes down to, the Tories are going to privatise it and it's going to become the American system, which nobody in their right mind wants. But, you know, this is what Jeremy Hunt is talking about. He's talking about a culture of omerta around cover-ups, avoidable deaths. He talks about civil servants preventing him or trying to prevent him from reading letters sent in by members of the public to talk about their own experiences. And it is that sort of thing where we all know that this has been going on for a very long time, but it's actually, you know, it's actually quite rare to hear a minister or a former minister actually say the quiet part out loud, which is that the system doesn't work, and actually just throwing money at the problem isn't going to solve it. It needs root and branch reform.
Yeah. I think you also have to balance it, don't you, as well? Because the NHS, we always criticise it, and there are those issues that you highlight. But you then look at certain things. Look at the States, for example, where if you don't have insurance, you don't get health care. And you start looking at that sort of side, it's really quite tragic. And you talk about when you talk about Trump making a reappearance and things like that, he's going to buy it at one stage.
The difficult thing about that is that, you know, the US and the UK's health systems, they come at the bottom of every health system that when it's ranked in the rest of the world. There are other countries, Switzerland, France, Italy, Germany. Russia has a pretty good health system compared to ours. You know, Eastern Europe, they do pretty well. And that's the big thing. We always sort of boil it down to this
Well, people,
sort of
when they
zero-sum
talk about the NHS, they say it's the best in the world, when plainly it isn't. And I know there are people watching right now from all over the world. Do get in touch. What's the health system like where you're living at the moment? Because I was in Spain recently talking to some expats in Spain. They say it's fantastic out here.
All of my international friends who live here say when they need something done, they go home to do it. And that doesn't matter where they come come from. They go home because they say the waiting times and the standard of care. The people who work in the NHS are very nice people. Nobody ever questions that. But when it actually comes to healthcare outcomes, they go home. They don't sit around.
I also think, as I say, putting the balance on it, it's not all bad and not all good. If we focus on the areas that need to be dealt with, you were talking earlier about prescription charges and that people not being able to do it. One of the things I discovered fairly recently, and it's if people don't know about it, it will save you a fortune, is what's called the prepayment certificate, where if you have more than one prescription, basically you can pay £30.25 for 3 months, as many prescriptions as you need, or £108.10 for 12 months. So prescription charges at the moment are £9.35. If you're taking maybe 3 or 4 or 5, some people take more than that, you could save yourself an absolute fortune. Do look at the prepayment certificate. But the point is that we should look at the good and the bad, because you do that, praise and criticise in equal measures, and then we can focus on those issues that need correcting.
Dental health care, for instance, and when the NHS was set up, it was meant to look after our teeth as well, wasn't it? You try finding an NHS dentist.
They won't take you on.
No, this is. It's all the prepayment thing is a great idea. £108 for 12 months would save you an absolute arm and a leg if you were getting a regular sort of prescription.
Literally an arm and a leg.
Well, literally. The problem is, though, those people who are least likely to be able to afford a prescription are least likely to be able to afford to shell out 110 quid.
Well, they can do it by direct debit if it helps, £10.81. It's worth looking into. I was unaware of it until fairly recently, and it can save. They should tell you.
If you need it, your GP
you can save a fortune.
Meanwhile, in the Times, Rishi Sunak is promising that he's thinking about how he's going to help us.
Well, absolutely. Well, they're talking about, there's new pressure on Sunak as 1 in 5 are pulled into higher tax bands. And this is an interesting way of spinning the story, because what they're saying is that an estimated 2.5 million more taxpayers will be dragged into rates of 40% or 45% because of the combination of fast-growing wages and a freeze in the point at which workers start paying. Well, what's happening? The reality is we're paying people more, and therefore they're paying more taxes. The bands are exactly the same. At 12,570, you don't pay anything. Up to 50,270, you pay 20%. 150,000 up to there, you pay 40%, and over 150,000, you pay 45%. What they're saying with the increased demands and increased wages, people are being effectively paying more. So this is a negative story, but actually it could be a positive one. You could turn around and say, isn't it great we're paying people more money? But you have to pay more money in order to make sure that it's the cost of living.
They've got to readjust the tax bands, haven't they? I mean, I know it's not actually that long ago that they moved the 40% rate up from 30-odd to 50, but they've got to keep moving it every year.
They do, and I think the fact that we're paying people more to sort of keep pace with the cost of living. The UK is in a recession whilst we're going through a massive spike of inflation, and actually. One does kind of get the sense that the government doesn't have a handle on it and that they're not quite sure how to get a handle on it.
Well, in fact, the story you've been looking at in The Telegraph shows that ministers are sort of turning around to the Bank of England and blaming them now.
Well, that's exactly the thing. I mean, we had the Queen's speech and there wasn't a great deal of red meat in there, certainly not a lot of policy detail that made you think, oh, yes, these chaps, they have a handle on it. And now it does appear to be the case. Yesterday they were blaming civil servants and saying we're going to shed 90,000 civil servants' jobs and that'll save us money. Now they're turning around to the Bank of England and saying, oh, you're not doing enough. It does seem to be a sort of a culture in Westminster at the moment to say it is everybody else's fault but us. It's the war in Ukraine, it's COVID, it's this, that and the other. Ultimately, the Conservative Party has been in power for 10 odd years now, more than that. And, a lot of this stuff, that is happening, wars around the world, possible pandemic, people have been warning about pandemics for years, the state of the NHS, the state of our energy infrastructure. This is not new stuff. This is all stuff that has been warned about, and people have just put off doing it. And now the chicken's coming home to roost. The answer to all of this stuff is it's going to take long-term investment and long-term reform, but nobody wants to say that because it means admitting, short-term, we're in for a lot of pain.
Yeah, and as you say, it's always the blame game, isn't it? It's not invented here, or this is not my problem, it's somebody else's. And if you focus on that, as we say, if we focus on solutions as opposed to problems, we'll be in a much better position.
It's very odd with the Bank of England, though, at the minute, because inflation's rising, interest rates are... Now, the interest rates, they go up, they say, well, that will help deal with inflation. Right. Except it won't, because it's the way it all works. They're increasing interest rates to make us think like we're going to do something which will help people. It all seems very odd.
It is very odd. And as I say, it's this wonderful misdirection, as you say. You sort of increase things and people getting higher wages. The reality is, how much does it cost to put the food on your table? And it doesn't matter if you're paying people zillions. You look around the world. If you can't afford to eat and you can't afford to do the basic things and so on and so forth in life, that's the issue.
Well, what about if you can't afford afford to upkeep your schools.
Oh, a lovely segue there. Oh, come on.
In the Observer, they're looking at the fact that so many of our schools are crumbling, and they are saying that there is a risk to life.
It is another thing where people are looking for that sort of stuff. It's our crumbling schools, a risk to life, officials warn, number 10. And they're looking at different schools around the place. And they're basically many school buildings in England are now in such disrepair, it is a risk to life. And I think this is what's going to happen. We were talking about this earlier in the break. You have different schools, which are some really, really old buildings, which you have problems about being able to do work to them, because you need all sorts of permissions and so on and so forth. We were also talking to one of our wonderful people in production as well, who says that she used to have lots of fun at her school. We used to bang on the wall of the classroom next door, and it virtually collapsed on the class next door. So there are real issues, and it's a question of making sure that you've got the finance to deal with that. The problem with the news generally is that we focus on one issue when all of these issues are running in parallel, and all of these issues need to be dealt with. And as I say, we need to praise and criticise in equal measure, but don't push those problems, such as crumbling schools, under the carpet. We need to address those, make sure there's proper finance, have appropriate sort of ways of raising money, and make that make sense.
There's been a lot of new schools built. I mean, all around me, all the schools are brand new. And
all these other ones are crumbling. They have to build new ones.
Well, yes, but then if you can afford to build new ones, you can afford to
repair the old ones.
Repair the old ones.
A lot of these schools that we're talking about now, I think, were built in sort of the 60s and 70s, and we forget that was a while ago. Actually, it might seem like it was yesterday, but it's half a century ago now. And a lot of them were not actually built to last centuries, like say our public schools were sort of built to sort of stand the test of time. But then if you go to a school that's 400, 500, 600 years old, well, those are crumbling as well because they're 400, 500, 600 years old. So it is a sort of a meeting in the middle, I suppose, of different sorts of problems, but ultimately the same outcome, which is that a lot of school buildings are just not fit for purpose. And in many cases, I think, local authorities decide, let's just start again and build something that's going to last a little longer next.
And as always, it's not a surprise that this is a story. It's a surprise it's coming out now.
Yes.
All of a sudden, everybody said, well, here's this problem, here's that problem, here's another problem.
Yeah, and it must be overwhelming.
Exactly.
It's number 10. Can you imagine?
OK, Benedict, Andrew, thank you. We shall catch you both a little bit
Yeah,
later
lots more to
on.
talk about next time because, of course, we've got the FA Cup final finishing on penalties and the Eurovision Song Contest, which was an amazing final as well.
OK, it is 6:46. Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines then. And the PM will urge Northern Ireland's politicians to get back to work after the DUP blocked the election of a speaker at the Stormont Assembly. Boris Johnson's travelling to Belfast tomorrow for a series of crisis talks where he'll say parties must come together if problems with the protocol are going to be fixed.
Ukraine's President Zelensky says the country's counter-offensive has forced Russian troops to retreat from some areas of Kharkiv. The region's governor says troops have made ground near the Russian-held town of Izium, where Moscow's forces have been trying to fight their way south. It's been described as Ukraine's fastest advance since Russian troops pulled away from Kiev.
NHS prescription charges in England are going to be frozen for the first time in more than a decade as part of measures to ease the cost of living crisis. The Health Secretary says the charges, which normally rise in line with inflation, will be paused to put about £17 million back in people's pockets.
Extra security measures installed in prisons over the last 2 years have stopped nearly 20,000 attempts to smuggle drugs and weapons behind bars. Justice Secretary Dominic Raab says X-ray body scanners and drug trace machines are helping to enforce a zero-tolerance approach to drugs, knives and mobile phones.
Now, half-term for some is approaching and a lot of families are still reeling from the travel chaos a few weeks ago.
Here to give us the latest travel news is the travel editor Simon Calder, who knows all of this, where to warn us off and where to encourage us to. Hello there, Simon.
Yes, good morning from London Euston Station, the hub for the West Coast Main Line, which runs from here to the West Midlands, to North West England, North Wales and Southern Scotland, except not very well, I'm afraid, this morning. The first 3 trains on Avanti West Coast, that's to Manchester at 8:10, followed by Liverpool, followed by Lancaster via Preston, all cancelled. I'm trying to find out more. It appears from the Avanti Twitter feed that it's all to do with staff shortage. But that's a shame, because what we should be celebrating today is the reinstatement of a lot of the cut trains that were effectively during the COVID pandemic taken out of the schedules due to a shortage, well, partly of staff, but also of passengers. So yes, not the best start to the day, but in the weeks ahead there should be some relatively good news.
Well, let's hope so. But it's interesting. We know there's a lot of concern, isn't there, about places like Sheffield, which, you know, and Sheffield's a pretty big hub, isn't it?
Yeah, let me tell you what's happening in northern England. And Louise Haigh, who's the Shadow Transport Secretary, is absolutely furious about what's happening. She says that people in Sheffield who want to travel maybe to places like Pontefract, to Leeds and so on are going to have their services cut back. This is as a result of Northern Rail, which, by the way, isn't a privatised train company. It's state-run, and so therefore, effectively, it's in the control of the Department for Transport. She says that the North is just seeing its trains taken away, and this goes completely against what the government is claiming to do in terms of levelling up. However, the organisation that runs them, Northern Rail, they say, actually, this is all about moving our assets around to maximise the service when it's most needed. And so, therefore, overall, we hope that people will benefit. And the Department for Transport tells me that the idea that that this government doesn't like rail travel is ridiculous, particularly in the north, since they're spending £96 billion of your money and mine on the integrated rail plan.
Yeah, I mean, what are the other big changes? Because mid-May is apparently the time that a lot of the rail companies change their schedules.
Yes, and it's a historic thing which goes back, well, I was going to say into the 20th century. It probably goes back to the 19th century, but even I wasn't around then. Yeah, it's partly because actually there's a lot of seaside services traditionally have been put on. And maybe one nice touch is that a lot of those are coming back. So, for example, across at London Paddington, there are going to be new direct trains or reinstated direct trains from Paddington through to Newquay in North Cornwall. Beautiful resort, of course. Previously, you had to change at a place called Parr, which was a pretty grim little station, and get on a funny little train, but those are going straight through. Transport for Wales, which is probably of all the UK regions doing the most in terms of reinstatement, they're putting back loads of trains, but they've also got, for example, more services to resorts such as Tenby, to Aberystwyth, to Llandudno, and they're also increasing the number of trains running into Snowdonia, to Blaenau Festiniog. Elsewhere, South Eastern are saying we're putting in lots of trains to the Kent coast, mainly for day trippers. But basically, if you are a commuter, when you show up at your station tomorrow, there should be probably the same number of trains or slightly more. But if you're in some parts of the country, and particularly on those sort of local lines in Yorkshire, maybe the Halifax, Leeds, Hull line, you could find fewer trains or indeed none at all.
New stations are opening, aren't they, as you hinted earlier, but they're just not opening yet.
No, it's odd. There's a station on the East Coast Main Line. That's the one which runs from Scotland via North East England and Yorkshire to London King's Cross. And for decades, there haven't really been any service between Berwick-upon-Tweed in England, of course, and the first station in Scotland, Dunbar, which is 30 miles further north. So a station called Reston is being reinstated. It was closed in 1964 as part of the beaching cuts. And the idea is it's greatly going to improve access to that beautiful corner of the Scottish borders. And then here in London, well, Monday the 23rd of May is also the day when finally, you remember that £18 billion that you paid for the Crossrail project, the Elizabeth line? Well, we're finally going to see some trains running on it. Initially, it's only a partial service from London Paddington through central London or beneath central London to Abbey Wood in southeast London, and not stopping at Bond Street, because that station, despite the whole project being 3.5 years late, that station won't be opening until sometime towards the end of the year.
Oh, Luminac.
I tell you, it's nice to see it happening in time for the Platinum Jubilee. I know that the whole thing won't be open, but at least to see some trains. Will they be super-duper new trains?
Right, OK. So first of all, the important thing is that there aren't going to be trains on Sunday on the Jubilee line, on the Elizabeth line, obviously, except for Jubilee weekend. But they are going to be new trains, I think mostly built in Derby. They are going to be, when the whole thing is running, of course, it's going to connect Reading to the west, Heathrow Airport with Shenfield in Essex. It is going to be a marvellous thing, and people will love it. But at the moment, I mean, it is, I'm afraid, I was going to say a national embarrassment, more a southeastern and London embarrassment that it is so far behind schedule. So, yeah, it will be next time people are travelling to London, hopefully it will ease their squeeze, and it will certainly take some of the pressure off the existing underground railway system. Of course, it's important to say that all of this was dreamed up before COVID, and therefore, well, actually, demand for rail services is sort of just about at 80% of pre-pandemic levels. The London Tube, it's below that. So therefore, some people will say, why have you spent £18 billion on that? But I expect generations in future will thank us for coughing up for that. One more thing, the London Underground Northern Line, the City branch, which connoisseurs of the tube system will know has been closed since January, that is due to reopen tomorrow with a shiny new station at Bank.
Oh, well, at least there is plenty of good news out there today, which is quite nice. Simon, really good to see you. Thank you very much. He knows his stuff,
I can't believe how much he knows.
It's frightening. Yeah. It's frightening. You need an expert. You need Simon Calder. Got to say hello to Lee Barrett this morning. Morning to you, Lee. She says, morning, Stephen and Anne. Just to say hello from sunny Spain. So pleased I've found this news channel. Just having a coffee before heading out to our local market. Oh, how nice.
Get back in touch and tell us how your health system is out there. Do you come back to the NHS if you need it, or is it as good as... Because when I was meeting some expats out in Spain a couple of years ago now, they said that the health system there was fantastic. Yeah. They think we're balmy to talk about the NHS as though it's sacrilege.
Let us know what you think. GB Views at gbnews.uk, and we're back for you in a couple of minutes. Looking ahead to the weather, though, and it's rather warm and humid. Sunny spells, scattered showers, some thundery. These are the details.
Well, it's going to be dry across much of the southwest of England by lunchtime, with plenty of warm sunshine and light winds. Feeling warm and humid with temperatures reaching around 21 degrees Celsius.
Have your umbrella at hand across southeast England and London, as a few showers are possible. Could be heavy at times. Drier and brighter across Wales for midday, with some bright or warm sunny spells around. A few heavy showers still possible, though.
Let's zoom over to the Midlands, and it'll be a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers. Some of those showers could be heavy, with the odd rumble of thunder. Feeling warm, though, and muggy.
It's a mixed picture across northern England this lunchtime. Sunshine and scattered showers. Again, a few could be heavy. Some hail or thunder, believe it or not. 17 Celsius.
Bands of showery rain will continue to move northwards across Scotland. The rain heavy in places, but there will be some sunny spells breaking through at times. Highs of 17.
And mainly dry across Northern Ireland this lunchtime. Generally light winds. A few heavy showers are possible. Warm and humid for the time of year. Again, those temperatures around 17 degrees.
So sunny spells, scattered showers are expected through the rest of this afternoon and into evening time. And that's your weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning to you. 7 o'clock on Sunday, May the 15th. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. You can watch us on the app whenever you want to, or go to YouTube. And if you do watch us on YouTube, wherever you are in the world, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Oh, yes, please. Coming up for you this morning, NATO foreign ministers are reconvening in Berlin today to talk about the latest threats made by Vladimir Putin. This comes after the Russian president warned Finland that any attempt they made to join the defence pact would be a mistake.
NHS prescription charges in England are being frozen as ministers seek to ease the financial burden on struggling families. A single prescription will now remain at £9.35, while a 3-month prescription prepayment certificate will also stay at £30.25.
Liverpool claim their second trophy of the season after their victory in the FA Cup final against Chelsea. Can they add to their collection with a league and European trophy apiece as well? Aidan McGee will be here with all the details.
And of course, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews at gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews.
Or you could start your own discussion. Be quite nice. Give something new to think about. We're talking about NHS and how good the NHS is compared to any other places. Lynn says, we live in the countryside near Bergerac in France. Last year, my other half fell in the bathroom, broke his knee in 5 places.
Ooh.
Ouch. I rang for an ambulance. They were there in less than 15 minutes. The health service here is superb.
That's in France, gosh, yeah. Actually, Susie agrees. She says the French health system is amazing. My husband is 71 and has throat cancer. It started 3 years ago, and he's received, the treatment he's received is still top-class service. Not sure if it would even be started by now in the UK.
We wonder, though, how is it funded in France? I don't know how it... I mean,
Is it an insurance system? I don't think it is it?
Does it run off a sort of national insurance thing like we do here?
It's just that this is what we were saying a good half hour ago or something, is that constantly we know that we worship the NHS, and a lot of people tell us that it's the best health system in the world. When you meet people who live in other countries, they say, do you know, that's just not true. Our health system is superb. Not many Americans have to say that, I suppose, unless they can afford the very best insurance. But in Europe, there are other good, very good health systems, and we're just, our politicians particularly, are terrified to tamper with it.
Well, because it goes down very badly with you.
With the viewers, yeah, exactly. You always say stop meddling with our health service, don't privatise it, things like that.
It's a jewel in our national crown.
Yes, that's what we say, but aren't we fooling ourselves? Denise says, I have medicine for blood pressure, stomach issues and HRT, so I pay just over £10 a month for a yearly prepayment certificate. That's what we were talking about, isn't it? I can get as many prescriptions as I need for the one monthly payment.
You see, that's remarkable. So if you get it, I mean, it costs you £10 very nearly for one script. If you on each item, but if you prepay, then you are going to save a fortune.
See, Sajid David has frozen prescription charges in England, But the other devolved countries of the UK have they
Their
run
own
the
systems.
NHS their own way, don't they? So
And-
maybe they're not doing the same thing.
Well, Andy says let's have some serious levelling up and make all countries in the UK either pay for prescriptions or make them free for all. Is it Scotland where you don't have to pay for a script?
I think it might be.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know.
On this and any subject, please. We'd love to hear from you. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
I've got to say Arthur. Arthur is a good man. We like Arthur very much. He says, morning, Anne and Stephen. I've been watching GB News from day one, and I think it's a great channel. There's not one presenter I don't like, which is unusual for me.
I can't say the same.
Would be unusual for me.
Didn't mean that. I love them all.
Well, no, but that's the nice thing. There are some, certainly some I don't agree with on this channel.
But that's different. Like Nigel Farage says, we have lots and lots of different opinions, and that's the point of GB News. We don't necessarily agree, but if we disagree, we do it in a grown-up way.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes, I like that phrase. I think it's very nice. Anyway, so send your views through.
Lots of programmes like
you agree
people
with them or not.
shouting at each other, don't
There's
they?
lots of shouting going on at the minute.
I hate shouty programmes.
And shouty presenters.
Yeah.
I know a couple.
I do as well. And I certainly, in my time in television, I've worked on various programmes where you are encouraged to get nasty opinions going at each other. And I think that's wrong. And I don't think people terribly like watching conflict.
I don't think... Plus, we're meant to inform and generate discussion. And the whole point of... Like, if you're talking to a minister, for example, you want to get information out of them. So, not for our benefit, well, but mainly for yours, so that you can listen to what they say and either decide to agree or disagree. That's up to you. But if you just start having an argument with them, I don't know what good it does.
It doesn't do you any good. You don't get anywhere with them, do they? They shut down. And you've seen many programmes where the interviewer gets really rattled and you get nowhere after 20 minutes asking the same question over and over again. You've still haven't heard the answer.
No.
That happens a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So we try and do things differently here. It's what we like, and it seems to be working.
Sort of a friendly way.
I think so. We're friendly on this show.
We're blowing our own trumpet now, aren't we? But anyway, do get in touch with us with your views as well. GBviews at gbnews.uk. And then, you can have your say too.
Yeah. Now, on to our main news this morning. And the foreign ministers of the 30 NATO member countries are meeting in Berlin today following recent comments made by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. The meetings in the German capital were supposed to be informal, with both Sweden and Finland invited to attend.
Yeah, but today the talks have actually grown more serious, following a phone call made by Vladimir Putin to the Finnish leader, in which he warned him that Finland joining NATO would be a, quote, mistake.
Well, let's talk to political commentator Noah Kagali, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning, Noah. Look, where are we in terms of NATO? Because it seems to most people watching, that it's almost inevitable now that Finland and Sweden will be given a pretty fast-track entrance into the alliance.
Yeah, good morning. There's a couple really interesting dynamics at play here. Obviously, straight off the bat, it looks like Finland are going to apply officially on Wednesday. There have been sounds that Sweden will submit their application at the exact same time. And you'd imagine that lots of these discussions over the next couple of days are just going to be ironing out any concerns, any of the creases in terms of the actual application process, in terms of if everybody's happy with it, that some NATO members might still have. So specifically, I'd be looking at France. Obviously, there's been some interesting discussions between Macron and Zelensky over the past few days, where Zelensky's come out of it seemingly a little bit frustrated that France is trying to act as a peace broker and seemingly still sees like there's a way for Russia to get out of this, possibly by Ukraine conceding some territory. Obviously, that's not gone down very well in Ukraine, but the ramifications that could have in terms of Finnish and Swedish membership of NATO when France obviously doesn't want to rile Russia up anymore could be very interesting. It is worth obviously bearing in mind that because they're foreign ministers, they're not the presidents, the prime ministers. There's not going to be massive amounts of decision-making made. There'll be lots of discussions that they'll then end up taking back to their home country, and then moving forward, that might inform the decision. So I wouldn't expect anything massive this weekend coming straight out of those meetings, which, as you said, are supposed to be informal, but we'll see.
Yes, and we'll be seeing them arrive at this meeting very soon. If they're not already arriving, we'll bring you pictures as soon as we can. What will Vladimir Putin be thinking, really, do you think, when he sees this happening?
I think that there'll be a lot of concern. Obviously, there's a 800-mile land border between Finland and Russia, which immediately, if they're joining NATO, isn't going to fill him with confidence. And the potential for, and this, it would be a big step, but for the relocation of nuclear armaments to Finland and Sweden, which would put them a lot closer to Russia and make everything a lot more tense. I would assume that's Russia's main concern, as is Kaliningrad being completely surrounded. But I would assume that's mainly what they're worried about. We will see whether he actually ever does anything. That phone call with Finland obviously is concerning, but one would assume that the mutual defence agreement between Finland and the UK, which was signed last week, basically ensures that Finland's not going to get touched militarily by Russia. They might feel the brunt of some more sanctions. I would assume that's the route that Russia are threatening to go down, because realistically, that if they invaded Finland or Sweden now, or engaged in any type of military conflict, that is more of an affront to NATO than the Ukraine war ever was, ever is, ever could be, and would probably drag NATO into it at that point, one would assume.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating thing. We try and work out the psychology of Putin in all of this, because he's played such a bad game with all of this strategically, because he has not only unified NATO, it looks like he's increasing the size of NATO. He's achieved the exact opposite of what he wanted, and yet saying that in some respects he's still got to find a way of walking away from this.
Yeah, I think he was probably deceived by the fact that so few NATO countries are hitting, for example, their military spending targets. He probably took that as a sign that people weren't very invested in NATO. There wasn't this unity that we all kept saying there was, and thought there was an opportunity there. Oddly, since last year, so early 2022, only 8 countries in NATO were hitting their 2% military spending target. That's down from what it was the year before. He's probably reversed that, but wrongly took those very, very simple raw numbers as an opportunity and took them in isolation rather than looking at the broader, financial and geopolitical landscape. That's his gravest mistake, but he seems to keep making them. So you do really have to worry who's advising him and whether he's actually taking any advice anymore, because he seems to be acting increasingly erratically, which could be the death throes of this conflict, really. But one also has to be very, very concerned about what a man that is desperate will do next.
It does seem cruelly ironic, doesn't it, that today the NATO leaders are meeting in Berlin to discuss the possible inclusion of Finland and Sweden, and yet the one country that needs help the most, Ukraine, is sort of not going to join NATO, and nobody can actually say it out loud, and they're almost having to promise they never will, and there's a war going on in their own country.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, because there seems to be this quite large gulf between what people are saying on a leadership level and what they're actually doing. I hate to bring up Eurovision, but you saw last night how much public sentiment they have behind them. But that's not necessarily translated across Europe into actual action to help them. The UK obviously has done a huge amount in terms of their military and financial support, but other countries in Europe haven't done the same. Partially, obviously, and this has been gone over time and time again, because they're worried about the energy situation, but also because they are terrified of getting dragged into a war that they don't know whether they can win, because for decades we've all been terrified about Russia's military power, and suddenly that appears to not be so strong, but nobody really wants to check. Nobody wants to kick that wasp's nest a little bit more and see. So there has been this closing up of ranks, and unfortunately, and perhaps wrongly, Ukraine has ended up on the wrong side of that, isolated, and kind of getting these handouts, behind the back to see whether they can hold on a little bit longer. There were people that thought that Kiev was going to fall in 72 hours. What are we now, 80 days in? And they're still standing. But to be honest, Europe can't take that much credit for that. That's the perseverance of the Ukrainian people that have made that happen.
OK. Noah, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. That's political commentator Noah Kigali. Let's bring you up to date with the headlines. It's 13 minutes past 7 and the Prime Minister will urge Northern Ireland's politicians to get back to work after the DUP blocked the election of a Speaker at the Stormont Assembly. Boris Johnson will head to Belfast tomorrow for a series of crisis talks where they say parties must come together if problems with the protocol are going to be fixed.
President Zelensky says Ukraine's counter-offensive has forced Russian troops to retreat from some areas of Kharkiv. The region's governor says troops have made ground near the Russian-held town of Izium, where Moscow's forces have been trying to fight their way south. It's been described as Ukraine's fastest advance since Russian troops first pulled away from Kiev.
NHS prescription charges in England are going to be frozen for the first time in 12 years as part of measures to ease the cost of living crisis. The Health Secretary says the charges, which normally rise in line with inflation, will be paused, and that should give us back about £17 million.
Extra security measures installed in prisons over the last 2 years have stopped nearly 20,000 attempts to smuggle drugs and weapons behind bars. The Justice Secretary, Dominic Raab, says X-ray body scanners and drug trace machines are helping to enforce a zero-tolerance approach to drugs, knives and mobile phones.
Now, the Prime Minister has praised Ukraine after winning the Eurovision Song Contest last night, calling it a reflection of talent and unwavering support for the country's fight for freedom. The folk rap group Kalush Orchestra's Stefania topped the poll. The UK's Sam Ryder came in second with Spaceman.
And in the FA Cup final, Liverpool beat Chelsea 6-5 on penalties after a goalless 120 minutes. It was substitute Kostas Tsimikas who scored the winning penalty after Chelsea's captain hit the post. And the win means Liverpool remain on course for an unprecedented quadruple of trophies. Yeah, we'll be talking a bit later as well about the fact that during that match, they booed Prince William and the national anthem. I think it was the Liverpool fans who did that.
I think that's if you're a Scouser. I know the Scousers aren't very fond of the royal family and things, but I don't think that's a nice thing to do.
Not at the FA Cup final.
No. Look, we're going to talk prescription charges. Just to reiterate, Andy got in touch before and said, let's have some serious levelling up and make all countries in the UK pay for prescriptions or make them free for all. They are free in Scotland.
They are.
Mark Franklin's been in touch. He used to present Top of the Pops, you know, Mark Franklin.
Oh, that Mark Franklin.
That Mark Franklin.
Yes.
He's been in touch this morning. He's watching, saying they're free in Wales as well.
Ah, that's interesting, isn't it?
I don't know about Northern Ireland. I have to do that. I have to Google that one. But, of course, we're here in the UK. We pay, but they are being frozen.
And we were both shocked that they are quite as expensive as they are as well. There are ways round it. Well, not round it, but there are ways to ease it. But when the government talks, or Sajid Javid talks about putting £17 million back into our pockets, it won't feel like that, will it, really?
No.
17 million. But it's the way the government likes to announce things that will put £17 million back in your pockets. Aren't you lucky?
Yeah.
You sort of won't feel it, I don't think.
No, won't feel it, but at least you're not going to be forking out the same. Dr. Emma Mee joins us now on all of this. Good to see you this morning, Emma. I mean, part of the issue with this is, I guess, that most people, the majority of people, don't pay these charges anyway.
Yes, that's correct. Actually, I think the figures show that about 90% of the prescriptions dispensed in England are dispensed for free. So in practical terms, it's going to make a difference to a small number of cases, but a welcome difference nonetheless, I think, to those people who are paying.
Yes. What sort of people have to pay for their prescriptions at the moment?
So the people, it's probably easier to answer that question from the perspective of who is eligible for free prescriptions. And most of those who are eligible for free prescriptions are on the basis of age. So those people who are over the age of 60 and also those people who are under the age of 16 or 18 in full-time education. There's also exemptions and eligibility for free prescriptions for people on low income, so in receipt of certain benefits like universal credit, and also some people with medical exemptions who have long-term conditions like diabetes, for example, they are eligible to free prescriptions.
You sort of wonder if, I mean, obviously for those people who do have to pay, this is very welcome. And if they get a prepayment certificate and what have you, that can save them a lot of money as well. So that's all good news. But if only 10% of people actually have to pay for a prescription in England, do you think there's an argument to say, well, look, we should just scrap the charge altogether?
There's certainly an argument, I think. I think the reason why there is still the payment system is because it does contribute a sum of money towards the NHS budget. I think something like 600 million or so, something in that realm. At least it was a few years ago. So in that sense, it's essentially a means-tested system. So while not in a lot of cases people do pay, but there is still that contribution to the NHS budget from those who can afford it, which I think isn't a wrong thing.
I mean, you're a doctor working within the health service here in Britain. Do you think when we talk about the NHS being the best health system in the world, do you think we're fooling ourselves?
I think that there's definitely, I think, room for improvement in the health system and ways which people are doing things elsewhere, in some European countries, for example, in Australia, which are better. I hear that from patients, from public, and also from colleagues as well who've worked abroad. So I think there are definitely room for improvement. Obviously, it's a huge topic, probably too much to get into, in a very concise way. But there are certainly things I think that can be done better. I don't think that you can equivocally say that the NHS is the best system in the world.
Why do you think there's so much reluctance to change anything then? Because we know any politician tries to touch the NHS or does anything much with the NHS. I mean, there's public outrage at that. Do we, the public, need to realise that actually, I mean, the professionals like you think change is needed?
I think that's a fair point to make, because it's fear. It's fear of the unknown, I think, on both sides, from the policymakers and also from the public, because often previously, when change has tried to be implemented in the NHS, it's sometimes not gone very well. I think of the many major IT projects, for example, in that sense. I think there needs to be more openness in terms of the way that we think about the way that we allow services to run, and also willingness to experiment, and also not to politically scapegoat failures. I think it is probably one way to put it. And so, yes, I agree.
You know, Dr. B, it's really good to talk to you this morning.
Lovely to hear that from a doctor, yes, absolutely. Because so many people, thank you very much, have been getting in touch with your experiences of health systems in other countries. Amanda says, we lived in Belgium for nearly 30 years and the health system there is fantastic. When we returned to the UK and criticised the NHS, we met with resistance.
Philip says, in Germany, the health system is far better than the NHS, but it isn't free. Everyone has to pay specific health insurance, to which your employer also has to pay half the contributions.
What happens if you don't have an employer? I wonder. There will be ways, but basically it seems to be much more of an insurance system.
But we sort of, in a sense, yes, ours is too. We have national insurance, which is what pays for the NHS.
Paul says, I currently live in Spain. Hello, Paul. And the health system is fantastic. But as an expat under pensionable age, I have to pay €60 per month for access to it.
Oh, that's interesting. Heather and Richard are in Spain as well. Morning, you two. They say we get an appointment with a doctor in 24 hours if needed. We would not return to the UK for any medical treatment.
I wonder if you are under pensionable age. Maybe it's before pensionable age you have to pay a contribution towards another country's free system. Justin and Lynn say, we watch you every day in Paphos, Cyprus.
Oh, how lovely.
Nice, but it's nice there. We have a national health service here called YESI, a great service with low waiting times, and you can get to see your family doctor within 48 hours for face-to-face consultancy.
Peter worked in France, the Netherlands and Germany. The Netherlands has the best system, he says. They have a combination of public, private and insurance funding. That's the model that the UK needs.
A combination of public, private and insurance.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
But if it works...
It's that sort of thing, I think, where I think some people are going to have to pay.
Yeah, and I think some people should.
Some people should, yeah.
If they can afford it. Sandra says, I'm in Norway and I know of several people who were diagnosed with cancer during COVID and have now completed their treatment, which wasn't delayed. Hospital treatment here is completely free.
That's interesting.
And Terry adds, we do not pay for prescriptions or parking at hospitals in Wales.
Oh, parking. Oh, that's a big issue. It
really is huge.
You see, I'm quite in favour of, I'd love to get your views on this, I'm quite in favour of paying for a GP appointment if you miss it.
Yes.
Like,
don't some surgeries do that?
No, I don't think
I
don't think they do.
They can. They can't.
If you do not attend, they can consecutively for a number of times. They can throw you out, I think.
I did that. I missed a physio appointment.
Oh.
And I got a very snarky letter saying, well, that's it. Hard luck.
Yeah.
So I've got to suck up to them again or go privately, I suppose.
Yeah.
That was my fault. I was away and I forgot.
But I think that's the thing. I think if people were, if we were told, well, if you don't attend your appointment, you will be charged £5.
How could they ever enforce that?
Well, I don't know, but I think that would be enough of a deterrent. It's that sort of thing. You should go to the GP for free, but they know it costs a lot of money for people who do not attend their appointment because it's wasted time. And we can't afford to do that at the moment.
There are even people in other countries don't have GP systems. They just go to a paediatrician or they go to an oncologist or some. I don't know. They don't have the same system of primary care that we have. And there are a lot of arguments. It's that very GP system, which we see as a crowning glory, is very, very expensive and we abuse it.
Yeah. Oh, would love to get your thoughts on that one. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got plenty more to come for you, including a look at yesterday's blockbuster FA Cup final. Aidan's going to be here. Looking ahead to the weather, though, and it's rather warm and humid. Sunny spells, scattered showers, some thundery. These are the details.
Well, it's going to be dry across much of the southwest of England by lunchtime with plenty of warm sunshine and light winds. Feeling warm and humid with temperatures reaching around 21 degrees Celsius.
Have your umbrella at hand across southeast England and London as a few showers are possible. Could be heavy at times. Drier and brighter across Wales for midday with some bright or warm sunny spells around. A few heavy showers still possible, though.
Let's zoom over to the Midlands, and it'll be a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers. Some of those showers could be heavy with the odd rumble of thunder. Feeling warm, though, and muggy.
It's a mixed picture across northern England this lunchtime. Sunshine and scattered showers. Again, a few could be heavy. Some hail or thunder, believe it or not. 17 Celsius.
Bands of showery rain will continue to move northwards across Scotland. The rain heavy in places, but there will be some sunny spells breaking through at times. Highs of 17.
And mainly dry across Northern Ireland this lunchtime. Generally light winds. A few heavy showers are possible. Warm and humid for the time of year. Again, those temperatures around 17 degrees.
So sunny spells, scattered showers are expected through the rest of this afternoon and into evening time. And that's your weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
$7:29 and 53 seconds. Good morning. I'm being very precise today.
Yes, absolutely.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. We're on your radio. Good morning to you if you've got us on in the car in particular this morning.
Yeah.
We're on your TV. We're online as well.
But I tell you what, were you watching last night, or yesterday afternoon? Well, no, it was last night, wasn't it? The FA Cup final. I missed it. I can't believe I missed it.
Did you forget?
Yeah, well, I went to sleep a bit in the afternoon, and then I woke up and thought, oh, I wonder if it's on, and it had just finished.
Oh.
So I missed all the drama.
Oh.
Aidan McGee will tell us what the drama was like. He's here. Hi.
Yeah, look, I did say yesterday afternoon it would go to penalties. Do you remember that bit?
You did.
A few people reminded me yesterday. We didn't see any goals, and I just, maybe I'm just a traditionalist. I like to see a few goals in a cup final. It was good drama. It was very watchable. Liverpool prevailed, so their quadruple bid is still on. And I've actually got a guest alongside me today just to offer a bit more perspective on the game itself. It's the former Crystal Palace and Newcastle midfielder, Darren Ambrose. Darren, good morning to you and welcome to GB News. I just wanted to know what you made of the final itself. I mean, everything was in place. It was 4:45. It was two of the best teams in Europe competing. But is it me, or am I old-fashioned, or do you expect to see a few goals in a cup final?
Oh, I don't think I can hear you. Oh, it's gone.
Darren, are you there?
Darren, are you there?
I'll tell you what, Aidan, we'll try and sort out that connection.
We will.
You'll have to fill in the details instead.
Yeah, look, I mean, Chelsea had most of the first half. I'd say Liverpool kind of bossed it in the second. In extra time, they kind of traded blows. But I just felt, I mean, we had this with the Carabao Cup in February. The same two teams, goalless, into extra time and penalties. Liverpool won that time. Liverpool won again yesterday. But I do think that, yes, OK, it was a slightly later kick-off. I think they kind of were trying to piggyback the Eurovision. They thought that some of the audience might float over from the cup final into Eurovision. I suppose it was quite effective from that point of view. But the other thing I would say is that I can count on one hand, in fact, I can count on two fingers to be precise, how many decent FA Cup finals we've had in the last 30 years. And maybe the TV audiences are just getting a little bit annoyed with the fact that it doesn't deliver year on year. Was
it goalless because they were sort of just mucking around wasting time?
No,
or was it
not
goalless
at all.
because they were two really good sides up against each other?
Yeah, they're just cancelling each other out. At that level of football, you're talking... I mean, Chelsea are going to finish third this season, I would think. But I do think that when those two teams meet in the final, teams like that, they tend to cancel each other out. We do have Darren actually back. Darren, can you hear us OK?
I can hear you. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, no worries. Listen, I was just saying earlier on, we touched on it with Stephen and Anne. I don't know what your thoughts on the cup final were yesterday, but yeah, it was a decent, watchable 0-0 draw. But we do expect goals in our cup finals, don't we?
Yeah, we do. But I heard what you were just saying, and it is two teams that cancel each other out. The two of, particularly in Liverpool and Chelsea, two of the best teams in the country this season, and they're nullifying each other's strength. You do want goals. Growing up as a kid, I loved FA Cups, but I can't think of many football matches, FA Cup finals, that had too many goals in. And on the flip side, you look at a few years ago, you've got Manchester City. I think they played Watford, won 6-0. You like it to be a bit more competitive than that. So it was a good game. It was a good 0-0, but would have loved to have seen a few more goals, of course.
That's the problem, though, isn't it, Darren? I mean, I can think of, I was just touching on it with Stephen Ann just a few moments ago, I can think of about 2 decent FA Cup finals in the last 30 years. I think it was quite good when Hull went 2-0 up against Arsenal in 2014 and lost 3-2, and there was Liverpool-West Ham in 2006. Beyond that, it's slim pickings, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but like I said, it was 0-0, but it was a good 0-0. I mean, there was 27 shots, I believe, in all. Only 4 on target, which is why you're not getting goals. But 2 fantastic football teams. We've seen it last season. Obviously, Leicester was on form. They only won 1-0. Like I said, you remember the games with goals. You remember the 6-0 from Manchester City. But when I watch that game, I'm thinking, I'd like it to be a bit more even, a bit more match. So they can't win at the moment, these FA Cup finals. I do think the prestige a bit's out the window a little bit in terms of there's 2 Premier League games to go. I always like the FA Cup final being the last game of the season. So I'd like to have seen that again. Hopefully that happens again next season. I know there's a lot of fixture schedules, fixture pile-ups that's caused this. So it's a bit frustrating, but it was a good 0-0.
I just want to ask you about Liverpool's quest for the quadruple as well. Winning yesterday, will that have a bearing on anything? I mean, they're going to be relying on Manchester City slipping up against West Ham today, aren't they?
They are. And if you look at Manchester City, when they played Wolves, I thought that could have been a banana skin. And they went out and demolished Wolves, annihilated them. And that's what Manchester City do. So it's going to take the pressure off Liverpool massively. 2 trophies now. But I think 3 massive games coming up for themselves, and Real Madrid won't be easy for the Champions League, but you've got to hope Manchester City slip up. All Liverpool can do is concentrate on their own performances, their own results, and that's what they'll do. And they've got to hope Manchester City at least lose one, because if they could get a point and a win, and they still win.
Darren, listen, thanks very much indeed for joining us on GB News, your debut appearance. I'll be hoping your team, your old team Newcastle, can do Tottenham a favour tomorrow night at Arsenal as well. Great to hear from you, and we hope to have you back very soon indeed. That's Darren Ambrose, the former Newcastle and Crystal Palace midfielder.
We get some good guests on, don't we?
Yeah, I know. That's what the show's about. It shows we're growing in stature. Everyone wants to be on it now. It's a cue.
But you haven't mentioned the penalties themselves. I mean, was it excruciating?
I wouldn't say excruciating, but there was the most exciting point of it was when Liverpool were looking, it was one kick to win it for them, and then they hit the post. Oh no, it was a save by the Chelsea goalkeeper, and then suddenly you could see the Chelsea coach Thomas Tuchel. He was overcome with joy on the touchline there, and then only to lose it just a couple of minutes later. But it's not a lottery though, Anne. It is about skill, scoring a penalty in the same way that scoring a penalty in a 90 minutes play. It's even bigger in a shootout, obviously, because the stakes are so high. I actually did a study on penalty shootouts, and I did, about 10 years ago. I went down to the University of, or Chichester College, I think he was. He was a golf expert, and he said to me, if you hit the ball at a certain speed and rotation at a certain point of the goal, no matter who's in the stadium, you should be able to score a penalty. And we were dubious, myself and my subject. I brought an ex-footballer along with me, an ex-QPR player, and he was dubious at first. He said, I've taken all these penalties, when you've got all these fans feeding into what's going on. It's easy to lose concentration and be overcome by pressure. But after a while, and he was up against a very good university standard goalkeeper, he was finding the spot, finding the angles, and he couldn't miss.
Really?
He couldn't miss, yeah. And this
But
golf
all the football
golf
clubs
expert,
must know this. They must be coaching that, surely.
I think so, yeah. But if you look now, you don't see as many missed. It's not uncommon now to see. I mean, you look at the Carabao Cup final, it went to something like 12-13 or something like that. Even in the Euros, the Euros was a bad example with England. There were a couple of misses there, but that's England. We expect that. But practising, I mean, I speak to Phil Taylor, the darts legend, and he said to me, I practice so often with my darts. It's repetition. It's hand-eye, there to there, there to there.
10,000 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a good point. I also think that if someone like Phil Taylor is in his bunker at home, practising, he gets so good that on the day, on the stage at the Oki, the heat, the lights, the pressure, even that doesn't matter when you've been doing it.
You're trained.
Yeah,
You've been
doing it 300 days a year, 10,000 hours, whatever you want to do. Does it really matter?
And then there's nothing a goalie can do, no matter how good.
Well, they can practice as well. They'll have their own ways. They're looking yesterday. They're looking at iPads before the penalty shootout, looking at the way. So Liverpool goalkeeper Alisson Becker was looking at the list of Chelsea penalty takers, and they were looking, right, OK, historically he goes that way. He goes that way. It was started about 12 years ago at Man United. They could bring an iPad on the pitch. Right. Incredible.
Wow.
You didn't get that in the 70s.
Very sciencey, isn't it?
Just? I shouldn't learn that technique. Even I could score a penalty then.
10,000 hours it takes, doesn't it?
Yeah, 10,000. You got that.
10,000 hours.
Never mind. Maybe next year.
Yeah.
Aidan, thank you. Catch up with Aidan a little bit later on. Now, the government's going to delay a ban on buy one, get one free deals. We've been talking about it the last couple of days. But it's on junk food. And the Prime Minister is saying it's all about the cost of living, wants to reduce the financial burden on families.
Yes. Well, they're selling it to us as a sort of... Well, they were selling it to us as a way to save money. It's bog off, isn't it? Buy one, get one free. And those promotions were due to come into force from October. But as households struggle to cope with soaring energy bills and with inflation at a 40-year high, the government's decided to scale back on that plan, basically to do us a favour. But it has come in for criticism from health campaigners who say, well, the idea in the first place was to stop the obesity problem, or at least to address it. Well, we've got Professor Graham McGregor here to discuss now. Hello there, Professor Graham.
Good morning.
Professor McGregor, I should say. When Boris Johnson came out of hospital after suffering from COVID, he was talking a lot about how he knew that COVID was more likely to be serious in somebody suffering from obesity. And he said from that point onwards he wanted to do something to address obesity. And the idea of banning bog-offs was one idea, and now he's gone back on it. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's deeply disappointing. You're right. It was his flagship policies of trying to prevent obesity. The UK is one of the worst countries in Europe for obesity and all the consequences of obesity, very serious illnesses. The bog-off thing is one aspect. He also has delayed the ban on advertising of unhealthy food after 9 o'clock watershed, and also online, which is particularly used to get children hooked on unhealthy food. So that is equally important. This, although superficially it seems the bog-offs things make it cheaper, in fact supermarkets are very clever in that they promote some foods and then charge more for others. So actually you end up buying more food than you would want and also spending more money. They don't do it for free, you know, they're very clever. So beware of the fact that it looks as though you're getting something cheaper when you're not.
I guess this is playing politics, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it is again,
the health issues aside, if these restrictions came in and in October as planned, people are going to turn around and say, at the moment, well, now it's your shop, whatever the reality, my shop is costing me more because of this government policy.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's sad that if he just kept quiet, no one would have thought about it, I don't think. This is the problem. Superficially, it looks as though you're getting a good deal, but don't be conned, you know. And also, you're buying more than you need, and you consume more, and nearly all of the promotions are on unhealthy food. There's nothing wrong in promoting healthy food, and the sad thing was that the food industry was complying with these new policies. And starting to make their food more healthy, or reducing the huge amount of salt, fat and sugar in order to comply. So they were healthy food, so they could promote them, they could advertise them, and they could advertise them online to children. And yes, we've gone a step backwards, and it's very, very sad and a terrible day for the NHS and the health of the population.
Well, we'll leave it there for the moment, but thank you very much indeed. We were saying that yesterday, that why are the bog-off deals always on something unhealthy? And actually, yes, if the Prime Minister hadn't even announced this, would we have noticed?
Someone would have come up with it. It would. I still think it would have made the news. But he makes a very good point, the Professor.
But we've got
a very good point.
We've got the Prime Minister saying we're not going to do the ban on bog-offs. That will put money back into people's pockets.
Yes, but the advertising, I don't understand.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's interesting too. And Sajid Javid is saying today that we're going to freeze prescription charges in England. That will put £17 million back into your pocket. Are they just going to come out with a series now of what looks like positive announcements, but actually, nah?
I suppose it all adds up, though. That's the thing. I mean, I know, obviously, the Professor would say this is a dreadful thing to do. But it does all eventually add up. I think we're going to get a drip, drip, drip of announcements.
Yeah, feels like it now, doesn't it? Do stay with us anyway, because we've got plenty more to come, including a look at your Sunday papers.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Oh, it's 7:45. Let's take you through the papers now with journalist Benedict Spence and broadcaster and futurist Andrew Eborn. Morning to you too.
Good morning.
Benedict, I never had you down as a football fan.
Yeah,
Really?
Surprisingly, yes. And a Liverpool fan at that.
Oh, are you?
Really?
Well, you'd be very happy.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, my great-grandfather was chairman of Liverpool Football Club in the 50s.
Oh, brilliant.
Again, just odd little things. But yeah, so I had a very stressful day yesterday, actually, going the distance throughout the penalty shootout. But actually, I noted this, and I'm actually very amused that this is the story on the front page of the Mail, because I was sat there laughing at it, and of course, lots of people were very upset.
This is about Prince William being booed by thousands of fans at Wembley ahead of the Cup final, and apparently they even jeered during God Save the Queen.
Yes, and the response to this has been, oh, it's a disgrace, it's an outrage, it's prompted the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, to say, I utterly condemn fans who booed Prince William. Karen Bradley said that the FA should investigate and take action. Somebody else said...
Why shouldn't they then, Benedict? Why is this just amusing?
Because Liverpool fans, and many people in the city of Liverpool, are very famously anti-establishment, and they have very good reason to be, actually, ever since, the history of the Thatcher government and, managed decline, and, of course, Hillsborough. There has been an attitude in Liverpool that the establishment in the UK does not actually stick up for the people of Liverpool. If anything, it has quite an antagonistic attitude. And if you ever go to a football match where Liverpool play and you hear literally every set of fans that they play against sing about them being murderers because of Heysel, or sing about poverty and all that sort of thing, you kind of think, yes, they do. Absolutely every single club does it. You kind of think, actually, they've got a point, that actually a lot of people in the UK aren't particularly, sympathetic to their plight. So I find it very amusing, because they do this whenever they play in a cup final, whenever they go to Wembley and there's the national anthem being played, they boo it, because it's a form of protest. And I just think that the magnificent overreaction from people saying it's a disgrace in the Queen's Jubilee year, just that they're just having a good time out. They're voicing what we all like, their free speech, a form of protest against the establishment politics, And I really don't have a problem
I
with it.
sort of think the people of Liverpool... I mean, Liverpool's a wonderful place.
Glorious.
It's the best city in the UK.
Well, it's, honest to God, it's a fabulous place. And that's, I've got because I'm a northerner anyway, but I've got a real fondness for Scousers.
It gave us the Beatles, for heaven's sake.
They gave us the best comedy. They gave us all sorts of things.
Yeah.
I don't think it's amusing. I think it's actually quite sad. And you're right, absolutely right, Benedict. We need to look at that sort of history. But I like the idea of trying to build bridges.
Yeah,
it's been a
great
week for William, and we'll come on to some of the great things that he's done this week as well. But I think we need to start building those bridges. Absolutely, address the terrible issues that have happened in the past. But let's look at some good stuff.
But I would say, you know, it was a final against Chelsea, and Chelsea are the worst culprits for this sort of thing. When it comes to talking about bin dippers and poverty, they are the worst ones. Oh, every single game, they revel in it. They absolutely revel in it.
Well, that's as equally... I mean, I don't think it's nice that they booed Prince William.
No.
I don't. But also, there's bin dippers. That's a disgrace
It is a disgrace. But the thing is, because it doesn't sort of cross any boundaries when it comes to sort of prejudice about race or gender or anything, it doesn't get picked up. It's just, you know, it's just a regional thing, and so
but
it gets
that broad brush
under the
thing, though, as well, when you say that all the fans. It's not all the fans.
It's a significant portion. I wouldn't even say it's a minority.
Okay.
From my experience,
it's a vocal significance, but we should try and build those bridges. You're right. Let's address the issues of the past, but let's try and build bridges.
I think we
need you first.
I think we need to start a campaign to make Scousers feel more loved.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, and I'm really shocked that they don't. This time last year, I was in Liverpool on my cruise ship. That's where we went into Liverpool. We were the first ship to get into Liverpool docks in 14 months, and they were so thrilled to have business again. And we were thrilled to be there. We were right up there, almost in the city. It was incredible. It was just so wonderful to be there. I'm so shocked to find that Liverpool think that that the rest of the country has this negative.
I think it largely manifests itself via football matches, and it's that sort of the tribalism that comes with football.
Tribalism, absolutely. Love our Liverpool. LOL. I think that's what we'll do. We'll start the campaign here. Start it now.
We don't care. We've won the cup.
That's what we need to do. We need to go and do a show a weekend.
From the Albert Docks or somewhere like there.
Should we
building?
Should we organise that
on a cruise ship?
On a cruise ship. Oh, here we go. And a cruise ship. No, should we put the word in?
Oh, I love Liverpool.
We'll try and get that sorted out for the summer. We'll try and come and do a show. Well, a weekend of shows from Liverpool. There you go.
Great idea. Love it.
Oh, that'd be fabulous. Andrew.
Talking of loving it, I mean, come on, Eurovision. We absolutely did a feast for the eyes and ears.
Did you see it, Andrew?
I did. I was up till midnight watching the scores coming in and things
I was. I'm afraid.
And what I love, first of all, shout out to Sam Ryder, who was... We always knew Ukraine were going to win. They were the winners, and people beforehand...
But he was winning almost until the very end.
And he was. So the jurors, the way they did it this year is the jurors basically have these panel of experts in each individual country, and Sam Ryder was way up there. And you've got to put this in perspective, because last year, poor old James Newman ended up with nil points. Not a single point last year. And we haven't been in the top 10 since 2009, can you believe it? So all shout out to Sam Ryder, who I thought was brilliant. He was a great ambassador. He didn't just talk about the UK, he talked about how it's unifying Eurovision.
So effectively, he would have won. If it wasn't for the conflict.
It's like coming second to a dog in Britain's Got Talent, you know. you technically win.
You say that out loud.
You can't be angry.
You can't be angry. But what I love, you look at the principles. 1956 is when they set up Eurovision, and the whole idea, 7 nations started out. It was basically to get people together, unified over music, and to look at the way that we can also test broadcast live television. What's now happened is we've stretched the definition of Europe because it now includes Australia. And next year, my friends are telling me over in Canada, that's now going to take part.
Oh, really?
So there are discussions about that. Everything's breaking news here on GBNews, I tell you. Canada's going to be part of it. But what I loved about it was the glorious costumes, the wonderful bizarreness of Eurovision.
I thought whoever was in charge of the stage sets and
wasn't that amazing?
It from one act to act was absolutely stunning.
Absolutely stunning. And there wasn't a big gap in between. And thank goodness for that, because the script writers, and there's one bad note, the script writers were some of the worst I've heard. Poor old Mika, who's a brilliant performer, he had to trot out these terrible lines in between, including Italian gestures.
Honestly,
really? Was it really bad?
The presenters.
Have any of you ever watched Mediaset? Have any of you watched Berlusconi's channel? That was actually quite high-end script writing, even what it normally is, I've got to be honest.
What I loved as well, Will Ferrell did a spoof movie called Eurovision Song Contest, the story of Fire Saga, and it captured all of these things. It was written by Will, and it starred all sorts of... Rachel McAdam was in it. Conchita, the bearded woman, he was in it as well. And it's a glorious sort of a pun on Europe, but it's a wonderful parody. What I loved is walking round yesterday, and I was down in some glorious gardens. Everybody was dressing up, ready for Eurovision. And the Eurovision part, we need good news, and Eurovision is undoubtedly good news.
And can I do a call-out for the girl who sang from the Netherlands? She's only 21, and she sang a ballad, and she sang it so beautifully. She has to be a star in the making.
Was she the young blonde one?
Yes.
Yeah, the Italians gave her full points. I wasn't surprised at all, because that's how you get full points with the Italians.
She was just gorgeous, and she held the whole stadium, and it was a big stadium.
One thing I did notice is usually when the Eurovision Song Contest happens is you can tell where countries are geographically related to Russia, because the closer to Russia you get, the more miserable the songs get. This year, Ukraine and Moldova just went, well, things aren't going to get any worse, are they? So we might as well be quite upbeat. And it worked quite well for
them. And talking, obviously, Russia were banned this year. They weren't allowed to come in. What I love is the cartoon on the Sunday Times, I mentioned this earlier, where they've got two Russians reading Pravda, and it says, good to see we've won the Eurovision Song Contest as well as the Ukrainian war. There you go. Talk about fake news. Absolutely. It's a very good cartoon.
Yeah. Oh, well, it is all... Interesting. Because obviously Ukraine are not going to be able to host it next year. I
wouldn't have thought so.
But you do sort of wonder whether perhaps the UK could host it.
I think we'd love to, coming second. I think we would be delighted to do that.
They should host it.
Oh, has it?
Oh, it's being rumoured, yes.
Yeah, I think that would be very nice.
And it's expensive to do. It's what you touched on earlier, because when Ireland won it, who's won it the most times, 7 victories they've had, and that's how they introduced us to river dance, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
On that sort of stuff. So it's expensive to do, but I think UK, we could, again, breaking news here, we should have it here next year.
Well, if we want to... Boris Johnson has already congratulated Ukraine
for
winning, as it were, so I think he's probably sort of marked our card for maybe being able to afford to help out and host the
We'd love it.
programme.
Yeah, I love how he phrased it, though, because he praised Ukraine, calling it a reflection of talent and unwavering support. So he didn't say they won because I haven't seen the performance.
Oh, you'll love it. Look out for the wolf eating bananas.
Yes, they weren't responsible for wolf eating bananas, though. That was somebody else.
It was somebody else.
Yes.
It was.
But it was very unusual.
Was it?
Yes.
I'm not a fan of rapping.
No, but they did it. I mean, it was all right. It was quite.
It was all right. I loved it. There's some
get
good
you
stuff
bopping
in
around
there.
the kitchen. It really.
Moldova. I like that one. That was a really good. Let's get everybody up and
that came right at the tail end of a series of 5 power ballads that was kind of quite soulful, and then in come the Moldovans with this bizarre sort of thing, half rapping, half folk music, and you're not quite sure where it ends. But it was pure Eurovision. It was, rarefied Eurovision.
But you're absolutely right. It's like the Oscars. The bits in between with the presenters saying stupid things.
It was ridiculous.
Really gets up who knows.
But they've got lots of talent there. You can get great script writers and great ad-libs. Mika's a wonderful talent, but the script was appalling.
We should do it.
We should do
it. Another campaign.
At least it makes sense.
It does make you very grateful for Graham Norton giving his...
absolutely.
He was very bitter. He
was so funny. There was one moment when one of the women was saying something out. Oh, they were talking about Italian hand signals.
It was all of that.
And it was getting stupid. And at one point, Graham Norton said, 1.8 million people, 18.1 million people are watching this now, or something he said. And he said it with absolute aplomb. What does she think she's doing in front of a world audience?
It was actually 200 million of the audience. It was incredible, wasn't it? Bizarre stuff.
It wasn't me, unfortunately. I was in bed. Thank you, Andrew and Benedict. We'll catch up with you later. And we'll talk top stories heading your way after the weather. Looking ahead to the weather, though, and it's rather warm and humid. Sunny spells, scattered showers, some thundery. These are the details.
Well, it's going to be dry across much of the southwest of England by lunchtime, with plenty of warm sunshine and light winds. Feeling warm and humid with temperatures reaching around 21 degrees Celsius.
Have your umbrella at hand across southeast England and London, as a few showers are possible. Could be heavy at times. Drier and brighter across Wales for midday, with some bright or warm sunny spells around. A few heavy showers still possible, though.
Let's zoom over to the Midlands, and it'll be a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers. Some of those showers could be heavy, with the odd rumble of thunder. Feeling warm, though, and muggy.
It's a mixed picture across northern England this lunchtime. Sunshine and scattered showers. Again, a few could be heavy. Some hail or thunder, believe it or not. 17 Celsius.
Bands of showery rain will continue to move northwards across Scotland. The rain heavy in places, but there will be some sunny spells breaking through at times. Highs of 17.
And mainly dry across Northern Ireland this lunchtime. Generally light winds. A few heavy showers are possible. Warm and humid for the time of year. Again, those temperatures around 17 degrees.
So sunny spells, scattered showers are expected through the rest of this afternoon and into evening time. And that's your weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
NATO foreign ministers are reconvening in Berlin this morning to discuss the latest threats made by Russia.
Good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock on Sunday, the 15th of May. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Dan.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. But actually, we're live across the world because you can watch us on the app. You can watch us on YouTube. And if you do, please like and subscribe.
Coming up for you this morning, as foreign leaders meet in Berlin, the Russian president has warned Finland that any attempt they make to join NATO would be a mistake.
NHS prescription charges in England are being frozen as ministers try to find a way of easing the financial burden on struggling families. A single prescription will now remain at £9.35, while a 3-month prescription payment certificate will also stay at £30.25.
Are we losing British bugs to climate change? A recent survey has suggested 60% of flying insects have disappeared in the last 20 years.
Lots to talk about this morning, and you can join in any of our discussions. Do email us at gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet at gbnews.
Morning to you all then. Lots of you getting in touch today. Do you want to kick off with Lorraine, who's been in touch? Morning, Lorraine. She says, I've been watching as usual. Can you say a big hello to me and my deaf rescue girl, Luna? I think we've got a picture of there she is. If you're watching on the radio, she's a... Oh, no, what do you call those sort of dogs?
I don't know, because she's upside down in her cage anyway at the moment. So.
They're those dogs that they'll stand very, very still when they think they're sort of hunting anything. They sort of freeze.
Oh.
Yeah, they freeze.
That's a pointer, isn't it? I mean, she's not a pointer.
they do this sort of freeze, absolutely still, and don't move. It's like for minutes and minutes at a time. It's fascinating. A friend of mine's got one. Anyway, they're in Romford this morning. Good old Romford in Essex.
Yeah, thank you.
I haven't been to Essex for ages. I used to live in East London, so I used to head out to Essex and Blue Water and all that. And I haven't been there for ages now that I live elsewhere.
Something else we were talking about during the break was children's TV programmes. And
oh, yes.
The way you can define how old you are, frankly, from the ones you know. It's because I was making noises during the break. And we were thinking, what is that children's programme? And I said, it's the ones on the moon, the little knitted things that live on the moon.
Little finger puppets, weren't they?
Well, I think they probably were. Yeah, or it was Stop Action. But it wasn't the Moomins that everybody was saying. No, Moomins were very different. Yeah. It was the Clangers. Yeah.
The Clangers.
And which did you say was your favourite?
Bagpuss.
Bagpuss.
Bagpuss was my favourite. And I don't know why, whenever I think of Bagpuss, if I ever got a Bagpuss model, toy or whatever, I'd be so thrilled.
Oh, we'll have to look for one for you.
A stripy pink and white cat. Can you imagine? I mean, it makes no sense at all.
No, what would Timmy think of that?
I've just got... It just brings out such a warmth.
Yes, it's because you remember it so well. Yeah. And my children used to love Pingu. Now, Pingu used to make a particular noise as well, didn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh. No, it wasn't. No. I'm getting muddled now. But anyway, if you've got favourite children's TV programmes, some of the best of the BBC children's programmes,
they were very good,
weren't they? They were wonderful. They define your age and remind you of your own childhood. Do get in touch. It's just one of those silly things we thought of on a Sunday morning. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
I met Fluella Benjamin a few years ago.
Oh.
And it was in the House of Lords.
Yeah, well, she is a dame.
She's a
Baroness.
She's a Baroness in the House of Lords. And do you know what? I stood there and held her hand like a child. Yeah. And I even said to her, will you say it? And she went, Baroness Benjamin said, let's go through the round window. And she still wears that same necklace. It's like sort of a big heart necklace that she always wore. And I don't know, I just felt like a 3-year-old. It was extraordinary. It was the weirdest feeling.
What was the programme called?
Play School.
Play School, of course. Play School.
Play School.
I mean, so many of us were brought up on Play School.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
And she was remarkable. I mean, she was the first black person I'd ever seen, actually.
Isn't that's extraordinary? And that must have been true for so many. And yet became such an incredible, important part of your childhood.
Yeah. 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 But you stood there holding her hand.
And what an entrusted role. What a trusted role. That's why, I mean, she's done so much ever since for charities and for children, but and that's why she's a baroness. But great fun. Great fun reminiscing about children's programmes.
Can't help but smile thinking about her. She's such a lovely lady.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, really lovely.
Anyway, let's get on with the news, the big news stories of the day. And the foreign ministers of the 30 NATO member countries are meeting in Berlin right now following the recent comments made by Russian President Vladimir Putin. The meetings in the German capital were supposed to be informal, with both Sweden and Finland invited to attend.
Yeah, but today those talks have grown more serious following a phone call made by Putin to the Finnish leader in which he warned him that Finland joining NATO would be a mistake.
Well, let's go now to Katie Frank, who's a public affairs consultant, for more on that. It's quite a nasty threat that Vladimir Putin appears to have made, isn't it?
Well, this is classic Putin. He's currently saber-rattling, and Finland don't seem to be too concerned that he's actually going to physically do anything apart from cut off electricity, which obviously will affect their nation as a whole. However, Putin would be split on too many fronts. He's already lost heavily in Ukraine, and he knows that. He's not stupid. This will just be continuing to be a war of words. Finland has long participated in NATO military exercises. So Putin knows how allied they are already to NATO. In terms of from Finland's perspective, they know that you can't just be friends with NATO, you have to be in it in order to access its defence capabilities, like Ukraine has unfortunately found out.
I mean, obviously, we absolutely understand the position of Finland and Sweden at the moment, but I mean, part of the reason they stayed neutral was so they weren't sort of poking the wasps' nests in Moscow. This is going to do that, isn't it? I mean, whether he's got the resources to do anything about it or not, this is certainly like poking the nest.
Well, many would argue that it is poking the nest. However, I fear that in terms of NATO, it has too long appeased Russia and sought to ignore it like Russia's some mere playground bully that you can just ignore and hope it goes away. However, that's not how Russia works. And Ukraine has also found this. Trying to appease Russia in terms of getting rid of its nuclear weapons and attempting to remain neutral by staying out of NATO didn't work for Ukraine, and it certainly won't work for Finland and Sweden. This is why we have seen Sweden and Finland, not just their politicians, but the general public in those countries react extremely strongly. They know that Russia is a real threat, and the real threat will not go away unless you show Russia your strength. The only thing Russia understands is strength. They don't care about words and soft touches like the West has been for so long. They need to be met with strength, and I think that the rest of NATO should rightly welcome this expansion. Obviously, the likes of Erdogan has his own problems, although I think that's more to do with Turkey's own domestic agenda and Turkey wanting to strike up a potential deal with some other NATO members. But that remains yet to be seen as to whether Turkey will be able to be brought on board. This decision obviously has to be taken unanimously by all NATO member states, but it's looking positive so far.
So we've got our Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, there in Berlin, meeting other foreign secretaries today. What is the meeting likely to achieve?
Obviously, this is meant to be an informal meeting. However, there will be a lot of talks about how they ensure that Finland and Sweden are protected whilst they shore up their capacity whilst joining NATO. This will also be, trying to appease any concerns that Turkey has been throwing out about potential appeasement towards the PKK. It said that Sweden and Finland had been harbouring terrorists, which was quite an interesting turn of phrase, given some of Turkey's goings-on. So it will be about all coming together collectively, which has been rare in the West. We haven't seen this since the Second World War, really. Even within the Cold War, the West didn't show as united a front as it could have towards Russia. And I think this is all going to be welcome today. I think that there's going to be a great amount achieved in terms of showing Sweden and Finland that they do have the support of the rest of the West, and that we do acknowledge them giving up their long-held neutrality is being taken seriously, and that we want to support them and defend their borders with Russia.
Do you think in sort of a longer-term strategy that we are going to see NATO member countries who've not been meeting their financial commitments really start to do that now, that we're going to see people towing the line a bit more?
Yes, I think so. And hopefully that doesn't just include Germany expanding its capacity of military helmets. So I think that the West has thought for too long that the world is going to remain peaceful, that Russia will just stay in its corner and not affect the West. However, this has shaken the Western nations and the rest of the NATO member states to their fundamental core, and they're taking it seriously. However, as we know here in the UK, Rishi Sunak, for instance, looking at balancing the books, upping your military expenditure is not cheap. And they're going to have to find this money quickly. And that remains to be seen as to how countries are going to do this after being massively hit after the pandemic, and then with the cost of living crisis, which is potentially going to affect economies further. So it's a concerning time in terms of public expenditure, but a lot of countries seem to be willing to find that money somehow in order to ensure that they can do what the basic function of a state is, which is to protect their own borders and their own people.
Meanwhile, Ukraine must be looking on at all of this and thinking, this was all because, basically, we're in the middle. We're suffering a war and other countries are joining NATO. They must be bemused by what's happening, really, as well as shocked.
I think they're bemused by the fact that there weren't more preventative measures and that NATO and the rest of the world didn't take their concerns as seriously about Russia as they should have. Yes, whilst it's welcome that the UK, for instance, has been training Ukraine's military, we haven't been taking the preventative measures that we could have been previously in order to deter Russia from doing this. After they invaded Georgia, they saw that as the West is not going to react to something like that, and that being a supposed ally of the West means incredibly little. And Ukraine did feel alone in that battle, and that they weren't being taken seriously. And unfortunately, they've only started to be taken seriously once it's been, quite frankly, too late. And we wring our hands and say never again after so many crises or severe events in the world. But if we don't seek to prevent those in the future by upping military expenditure, taking NATO seriously, defending allies of NATO who are not members, then this is just going to continue to happen. Russia won't stop. It will seek to have battles on new fronts, which is why it's really important and vital that Russia loses in this Ukrainian fight.
OK. Katie Frank, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. And shall we bring you up to date now with the rest of today's headlines? The Prime Minister will urge Northern Ireland's politicians to get back to work after the DUP blocked the election of a Speaker at the Stormont Assembly. Boris Johnson will travel to Belfast on Monday for a series of crisis talks where he'll say parties must come together if the problems with the protocol are ever going to be fixed.
NHS prescription charges in England are going to be frozen for the first time in 12 years. It's part of measures to ease the cost of living problems. Health Secretary Sajid Javid says the charges, which normally rise with inflation, will be paused to put about £17 million back in people's pockets.
Extra security measures installed in prisons over the last 2 years have stopped nearly 20,000 attempts to smuggle drugs and weapons behind bars. The Justice Secretary, Dominic Raab, says X-ray body scanners and drug trace machines are helping to enforce a zero-tolerance approach to drugs, knives and mobile phones.
The Prime Minister praised Ukraine after winning the Eurovision Song Contest, calling it a reflection of talent and unwavering support for the country's fight for freedom. The folk rap group Kalush Orchestra's Stefania topped the poll. Sam Ryder for the UK came in second with his song Spaceman.
And in the FA Cup final, Liverpool beat Chelsea 6-5 on penalties after a goalless 120 minutes. The substitute Kostas Tsimikas scored the winning penalty after Chelsea's captain hit the post. And the win means Liverpool remain on course for an unprecedented quadruple of trophies.
Now, you've got to feel sorry for my other half and for my neighbours, I'm afraid.
Why?
Because over the last few days, and it always happens at Eurovision time, I go around the house and the garden and the drive just singing.
He does burst into song quite a lot.
Don't play that song again, reminding us all how it used to be. And I always sing that one, so I remember it very fondly from the year 2000, but also since then...
Gosh, was it 2000?
2000, a long time ago. Since then, I became good friends with the singer. Nikki French. Who joins us now. Morning, my darling. How are you?
Oh, it's lovely to see you. And hello, Anne. Lovely
Hello.
to see you too.
How do you two know each other?
Do you know, we met at a pantomime, because I went to a pantomime that Christine and Neil Hamilton were in, because Christine invited me, and Nikki was in it as well, and we met backstage.
Christine and Neil had said, oh, our friend Stephen from Sky News is coming in, if I'm allowed to say that.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, oh, he's my favourite presenter. So I was invited to their dressing room afterwards to meet you, and the rest is history.
The rest is
history. And you had cheesecake from me.
Hey, look, what did you make of last night then? Because apart from the Ukraine, we'll talk about Ukraine in a moment, but from the UK's perspective, Sam Ryder did so well, so well.
phenomenal. I mean, I'm actually over in Ireland at the moment doing a theatre show, and at the end of the show, we raced up to the dressing room to see where we were in the contest, and we managed to actually get to see his performance, and there were 3 of us all just crowded around my mobile phone watching his performance. The poor coach driver had to wait. You know, we kept everyone waiting, and it was just superb. And then when those votes started coming in, we were just beyond excited. I don't even want to apologise to the people in the other hotel rooms, because it was worth it. The screaming and the elation was just amazing. Just putting it out there to all those people in so many years that have said to me in interviews, oh, well, you know, the UK will never get points again. Nobody likes us. We'll never win. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. Eat your words. It's just phenomenal. And, oh, he's just superb. What a lovely ambassador as well for the UK.
Yes, he was lovely when he was being interviewed.
Oh, charming. He's charmed everyone. And he's like larger than life smile. His positivity has just been so lovely to see.
I mean, if it weren't for the situation in Ukraine, I think there's probably no doubt he would have won outright, because most of the evening he was actually winning, and by a long margin. But I mean, your song was good. Why was suddenly the UK on the chance to win? What made the difference? His song was good, but so was yours.
Oh, thank you. When I did mine, I mean, it's not an excuse, but we were right in the middle of the British beef crisis. So I guess people didn't really go for us then. But also, you know, it does come down to the song, the performance, everything around it. You know, and last night he had such wonderful staging, you know, which in previous years, you know, we really haven't made that much effort with the staging when other countries have, and it shows up on that huge international stage. So last night he was up there with everyone else, and well, The Voice said it all. The Voice did the work for him, and for the UK. He was just, we're just all so happy, aren't we? You cannot begrudge Ukraine their win.
No.
Their song, I like their song. I like it. That'll carry on being played.
Yeah. Well, when Stephen gets to watch it, he'll probably be singing that quite soon.
I haven't seen it. I hate to say it, Nikki. I was in bed yesterday, so I missed it again.
I did wonder. I was getting ready this morning.
But Nikki, having been part of the Eurovision, does that scatter fairy dust on your career, or does it put a clobber on it?
I guess it's up to you. I mean, people know I'm a huge Eurovision fan still. I'm still very connected with everything. Stephen, you've been along to the London Eurovision party.
That's a night and a half.
And May is normally really busy for me. If I wasn't doing Menopause the Musical too, which I'm currently in. Oh, yeah. Well, you're both invited to come and see it. We're doing Milton Keynes, we're doing High Wycombe, and I know that's close to you. Actually.
Yes, they're close to both of us, yeah.
Fabulous.
Yes, so you have an invite from me personally to come and see the show together.
He would love Menopause the Musical too. It's not Menopause the Musical too.
You would. It's fab. It's so funny, and it's lovely getting the reactions from the audiences. But if I wasn't doing that, I would be so busy right now with gigs. You know, May is my favourite month because I love it. I get nice and busy normally with my singing gigs. But I've embraced it. I've embraced Eurovision, and there are artists who, because in previous years the UK hasn't done so well, have just like deleted it from their CV. And I think it's very sad. It's unfortunate. It's such a huge honour to represent your country at anything. And as a singer, Eurovision is my Olympics, really. So, you know, I don't understand why people want to disregard it once they've been part of it, because it's, you know, you're part of history. You know, you are the entrant for whatever year.
Yeah.
Be proud.
I'm only going to say it, Nikki, because I know you and I love you. Sing us a line, would you?
with this voice.
I know it's early.
Go on. Don't play that song again, reminding me of how it used to be. That's a little lower than
Fabulous. No, it's perfect. Lovely stuff. Nikki, it's wonderful to see you. Good luck with the menopause, as it were.
Come and
what a terrible sign-off. That's awful.
She's
a friend.
I tell you what, she is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. She's so lovely.
Lucky to have met her so long ago.
Yeah, just to meet her and I mean, it's like Christine Hamilton. I used to bump into her at someone else's that I knew. And again, we just clicked.
Yeah.
I never thought I would get on with Christine Hamilton.
No, but she's wonderful.
She's a wonderful
You ever
woman.
seen her at a literary event or something like that, working a room?
Oh.
That is a Tory wife for you. That's where she learned it, I think.
Yeah,
she can work the room until they love her and would vote for her.
Yeah, she's a really interesting, lovely
amazing.
lady. But yeah, so I met Nikki Fred, met a Eurovision contestant through Christine Hamilton. Who would have thunk it?
I know, that's quite a line-up.
Yeah. Anyway, look, stay with us. We've got plenty more to come, including a look at how some mums are being shamed for bottle feeding their babies. Looking ahead to the weather, though, and it's rather warm and humid. Sunny spells, scattered showers, some thundery. These are the details.
Well, it's going to be dry across much of the southwest of England by lunchtime with plenty of warm sunshine and light winds. Feeling warm and humid with temperatures reaching around 21 degrees Celsius.
Have your umbrella at hand across southeast England and London, as a few showers are possible. Could be heavy at times. Drier and brighter across Wales for midday, with some bright or warm sunny spells around. A few heavy showers still possible, though.
Let's zoom over to the Midlands, and it'll be a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers. Some of those showers could be heavy with the odd rumble of thunder. Feeling warm, though, and muggy.
It's a mixed picture across northern England this lunchtime. Sunshine and scattered showers. Again, a few could be heavy. Some hail or thunder, believe it or not. 17 Celsius.
Bands of showery rain will continue to move northwards across Scotland. The rain heavy in places, but there will be some sunny spells breaking through at times. Highs of 17.
And mainly dry across Northern Ireland this lunchtime. Generally light winds. A few heavy showers are possible. Warm and humid for the time of year. Again, those temperatures around 17 degrees.
So sunny spells, scattered showers are expected through the rest of this afternoon and into evening time. And that's your weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Oh, It is 8:26 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, online and, of course, on your DAB Plus digital radio.
Yeah, and we'd love to hear your views on absolutely anything we're talking about today, but you are probably going to have a view on this one, because I know I have. It's about breast is best. That is the advice, of course, from the World Health Organization, UNICEF, countless other hugely respected health bodies. They all agree, and we all should agree, I suppose, that babies preferentially should be fed with breast milk, at least for the first 6 months of their lives, because of the health advantages to both children and mothers. But not all women are able to breastfeed for a variety of reasons, and they do rely on the bottle instead. Now, this has sparked a growing trend for bottle shaming mothers who don't breastfeed. Joining us now is Lauren Emanuel, who's a mum and a nanny and has bottle-fed both her children, I think, also breast, I think, with one of them, wasn't it? A very good morning to you. Now, you're familiar with this concept of bottle shaming because it's happened to you.
Yes. So with my son, my intention was to breastfeed, but after he was born, I had to go back into hospital. So, you know, I wasn't given the support, so we decided to continue with formula. And, people just kind of say, oh, you're not going to breastfeed, and you don't want to kind of have that conversation because, first of all, it's sensitive, and also it's none of their business. And it did make me feel guilty because I went in when I had him, and that's what I wanted to breastfeed. So when you've got someone kind of pointing out that you didn't do it, it's not very nice.
But who's pointing it out? Who's having a go?
Just people. Could be strangers.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's strangers. And they kind of, you know, sometimes it's older people that have their own views and stuff like that. But I think also I was younger, so I probably took it on a little bit more. But yeah,
it's interesting you say
really...
you felt guilty, because I bottle-fed. In the end, I bottle-fed all of mine after trying very hard to breastfeed. And for a variety of reasons, it didn't work. One of them was because one of my sons got very jaundiced, and it was even the health visitor who said to me in the end, he just needs milk through his system to get rid of the jaundice. You might have to go to bottle feeding. But I came across people who would, if they saw you bottle feeding.
I think the problem is the support wasn't, like with my son, that was 9 years ago, the support was not there. I've seen the difference. So when I had my daughter 2 years ago, she had jaundice, my son had jaundice, but I was breastfeeding her, and they said to me, just keep on breastfeeding, just keep going. Whereas when I had my son, they were like, oh, you might need to top up with formula here, because... So it just shows that the advice has changed, and actually the practice has changed, and the support's, I think, there now, where it wasn't really there before.
Explain to us, for people like me, who don't have any experience of this sort of thing, why is it that some women just can't breastfeed or really struggle to breastfeed?
So, firstly, they might not want to actually do it, which is absolutely fine. It might not fit in with their lifestyle. So they might just decide, actually, I've got other children, it's not going to work. They might be alone. So that's the first thing. Secondly, they could have had any health issues. They might have had chemotherapy. They might be on medication where they can't breastfeed. It's not safe.
They might be stressed.
They might be stressed.
You know, stress is an enormous feature. Yeah, exactly. Because at one point I had an NCT counsellor come round to my house to try and help me through several days of just trying to de-stress and trying to make it happen. Still didn't. So we mustn't be judgmental. I just get so angry with people who are judgmental. It's the same with dummy shaming. Have you come across that too? You dare put a dummy in your child's mouth and people start going, ooh, you shouldn't do that, you know, it's bad for them. Whereas I have to say, as a cot death campaigner, it's actually good.
Yes, it is. And again, my son had a dummy. He had it when he went to sleep only, and when he was upset, because everyone's like, oh, you know, his teeth are perfectly fine. My daughter didn't have a dummy. So, you know, I think people kind of just need to leave everyone to just do what they need to do.
There's a picture of you with your teeth.
They look perfectly happy and healthy to me.
Yes, very.
Exactly. And that's the thing you get past, and it's only age that teaches you that, as I'm sure you get over the fact that people are nasty about it. They can be nasty about it, or judgmental, because your children actually do end up if they've been parented well, they end up being fit and healthy. And as my mum used to say to me, he won't suck a dummy at university. You don't have to worry about it.
It's true. And that's with anything, you know, if they share a bed with you or whatever.
Why is it we're so judgmental about other mothers, particularly mothers, but probably fathers too?
I just think that I think people think they've got the right to be, and actually they wouldn't like if it was done to them. So I'm not actually sure why people feel that they're allowed to do that, but they don't realise the impact they're having on that person. You know, because they might be going through postpartum depression, and you're going to tip them over the edge.
And I tell you what, if you had ever decided to adopt at any stage, you'd have been bottle feeding a baby.
Oh, well, yeah.
And you'd have been judged too.
But do you know, there are advantages to bottle feeding in terms of sharing the workload, at least, because I remember my mum bottle fed my brother, but I was breastfed. And I was one of those awful babies that apparently needed... By the time I'd finished feeding and slept for like an hour, I needed more.
Screaming again.
And it used to drive... My mum was getting no sleep, and my dad... I remember, I've been told, my dad said, well, I'd do it myself, but I haven't got the equipment.
Exactly.
Well, if I was bottle-fed, he would have had the equipment.
Yeah,
and could have sent him to do it.
Honestly, I mean, when my daughter was born, she was just born before COVID, so she was a baby in COVID, and that's kind of what made us then go over to formula, because we were homeschooling. I couldn't sit there all day, you know, with her on breastfeeding.
Baby on the breast and another one to look after.
Yeah, and you know, it was just nice to share the workload, and I think sometimes you've just got to decide what works for your family. I felt guilty when I went over to bottle, because it was perfectly fine.
You
it was
don't
working.
feel guilty now, do you?
Absolutely not. It was the right decision.
But I went through the guilt.
It was the right decision.
We ought to just say, for the benefit of saying the right thing, we do understand that breast milk is best, don't
Absolutely,
we? We absolutely get that.
But I just think it is best, but you've also got to think about what's best for your family.
And for you.
And for you, because, you know, at the end of the day, it's you that's doing it. So, I think we just need to be a bit careful when we're making judgment.
Yeah. And your kids have grown up all right, haven't they? How old are they now?
I've got a 9-year-old and a 2-year-old.
So you're still busy.
Still
busy.
Well, thank you very much for joining us on that one. It's something that gets my goat. It really
Thanks for having me.
But I know there'll be people watching with all sorts of views. And do you know, as a man now, you can breastfeed. You have to strap on this palaver of a thing.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, and it's got sort
like
of
a big
fake
bra
boobs.
thing.
Yeah, and it's got big boobs that you can fill with formula milk, I presume. And it's actually got a teat at the end, and you can teach the baby to suckle from it. But what a palaver.
I can sort of see the appeal for dads in sort of connecting with their children that way.
Yeah, but you can connect, by cuddling a baby close and bottle feeding.
It's a bit of I wouldn't want to try that at home. I just like the fact, Lauren, that you said it's nobody else's business.
It's the truth.
That's the key. That's the key to it all. But do let us know what you think, because your views are important, and we will reflect all of them. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
And stay with us, because we've got plenty more to come, including a look at your Sunday papers.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's 2 questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
OK, it's time... Well, actually, before we have a look at the papers, I just want to message a tweet which I got from Rosie Izzard, who's... I can't show you, but she sent me a picture of a bag puss with their darling dog Benji, who's unfortunately no longer with them.
But they've got a big bag puss.
But they've got the picture.
Just the sort you've been dreaming of. He was
Benji.
talking about the fact that it was his favourite TV programme when he was little. And if he could find a nice big squashy soft toy bag puss, you'd still like one.
Well, I still would like one. They're lovely. But Benji's a lovely boy, so I'm glad you've still got that lovely memory, Rosie. It's nice, and thank you for sharing it. Should we have a look at the papers then?
Yes. With us this morning, Benedict Spence and Andrew Eborn. And Benedict has been looking at the Pestminster scandal.
It's difficult to say.
In the Mail on Sunday.
Even more difficult to stomach. Supposedly, there are going to be fresh scandals, more coming down the line. Of course, we had a couple of weeks ago, Neil Parish resigned after he was accused of looking at pornography in the chamber of the House of Commons. And, of course, before him, we had David Warburton, who was accused by several former members of staff, several people, of being inappropriate. And supposedly there is at least one former cabinet minister, possibly a second one. There is another case of a Tory minister who's been inappropriate with a female MP.
So is it all Tories?
I mean, so far, yes, of course, allegedly, it's important to say. It's so far, it seems to be all Tories, yes. It's quite unedifying, isn't it, to think that there's even more of this sort of stuff coming down the line?
I can guarantee in all the ways that these smear campaigns work, you'll get it from the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Because what happens, and that's the thing about the narrative of media at the moment. You shine a little spotlight, there will be more revelations from Tractorgate, which was an extraordinary story in the first place, to the other ones as well. It is a very serious issue, but it's cross-party, it's cross-industry, it's cross all sorts of things. We need to address it in a sensible way, rather than just shining a bit of scandal on one particular party.
Yes, we need to... that's the thing. Right now it's on the Tories. But as we saw, of course, with Partygate, then it became Beergate. It went over to the other side. It's just a question of these stories coming out and for whose benefit is it. But, you know, in many ways, these stories just don't surprise me. You think about actually the kind of people a lot of politicians are. They're people who have worked in the party for a very long time. They've sort of worked their way up. They find themselves in a position of power with subordinates who have not a lot of power, and there's not really an HR process in Parliament. It's not a surprise when you combine that with the amount of alcohol that is consumed and, you know, the amount of late nights that are worked. People will misbehave. All sorts of things happen. Yeah, and this is not a news story. You know, we've known about the misbehaviour of MPs across party for decades in Westminster.
Westminster has been a bit of a sleaze pit.
Yeah.
Probably since it's existed, I think.
I mean, part of that, I think, is the problem. There is just an acceptance that, oh, this is how politics is done, this is how people behave, and that there's never actually been a concerted push back against it. There's plenty of whistleblowing, you know, there have been people caught in scandals before, but there hasn't been sort of any attempt at, you know, properly changing the culture. And I have to be honest with you, a lot of the suggestions for how it is we get rid of sleaze in Westminster, they just seem a little bit piecemeal. I mean, you know, when we had the Neil Parish story, that somebody came out with the suggestion that, oh, well, what we should do is we should have more women. Like, that's going to change anything. When you had Angela Rayner involved in a scandal at the same time and another Labour MP, a female MP, was accused of being drunk and disorderly on the terrace, it's about the kind of people that find themselves in this position. They want power and they have very little scrutiny.
Do you close down the bars then? You said it's absolutely fueled by alcohol.
I don't think you can close down... I don't think you... I mean, it is fueled by alcohol. I don't think you can close down the bars. I think it is about the... I think it's about...
Why not?
Because do you know what? It's not the majority of people. It is always just a certain subject, and I think it's to do with the calibre of person that both parties, both major parties, actually recruit. It's about people who, you know, they say the right things, they do the right things. They're not necessarily the right characters when it comes to when they're in a position of power. And I think there needs to be a lot more scrutiny. This has been said, actually, by a number of MPs, that the last two general elections have been done sort of so on the hoof, so quickly, that there hasn't been proper scrutiny of candidates.
It's a place of work, though. Why do they need to booze? And because they are drinking and then going back into the chamber or whatever to vote.
The difficulty is... in lots of other aspects, in lots of other areas of life, people do drink when it's sort of outside of work. The difference with Westminster is it goes on at very different hours. It's an all-consuming sort of 24-hour a day kind of job. You do need to let off steam. I don't think it's necessarily the fact that there are bars present that's the issue. I do think it's about the behaviour of a minority of individuals.
And you can actually do a lot of work in a social situation. As you know, my background as a barrister. One of the requirements is you have to do 40 dinners. And the idea is that you go to the inn and you get to meet your fellow barristers and that sort of community. So discussing things in a more relaxed situation is right. We need, however, to look at the evil that there is about this sort of stuff, which is cross-party. And as I always say, there will be more revelations. What always fascinates me is about the timing when it comes out and so on and so forth.
Yes.
It's like the Pope is a Catholic. My goodness, here's another sex pest in Westminster. And what I'm really
It does feel very orchestrated.
It does. It's totally orchestrated. And what I also love is the whole everything's suddenly become a gate. How on earth does something become a gate? It used to be in the good old days.
Anything gate.
I know. Watergate was a proper gate, wasn't it? Now everything's a gate, tractor gate.
Well, take us on to something much more edifying.
This is like, I tell you what, the story, the way that the media focus on particular stories, we've all been talking about COVID and so on and so forth. Cancer basically affects several people. There's like 1 in 4 deaths in the UK, 28%, a bit more than that, 28% of deaths in the UK are through cancer. One of the heroes for the last several weeks is this wonderful Dame Deborah James, visited by Prince William earlier this week. And basically she's saying she's going to go out with a massive smile, no regrets, shining a spotlight on this and talking about it so publicly. Bowel babe. And she did this thing, You, Me and the Big C. She's raised over £6 million. But not just money, she's raised awareness of something that affects so many people. That bravery, for me, she is an absolute saint. And the more we can cover those good stories, get people talking about it, get people who can help in the future. It's a tragic story from her point of view, but the family's there. And I think her legacy is absolutely, let's raise money, let's raise awareness for what is a devastating thing for many, many people.
It's interesting, though. It reminds me of, I was just Googling Stephen Sutton to remember when he died. He was a remarkable young man who was very similar to what Dame Deborah has been doing with the cancer podcast that she was part of. And Stephen went and talked a lot about suffering from... He was bowel cancer as well, and what he went through. And he gave a lot of public speeches and things before he became well-known, and his amazing fundraising effort. Was it 20-odd million he raised in the end? It was a huge amount. But he was 19 when he died, in 2014.
And during COVID, we lost Lynn Folds Wood, who was also a massive campaigner against bowel cancer. She had it herself.
I mean, cancer as a topic is going to be pushed back to the top of the agenda because of the pandemic, because of all the blocks that were put on cancer treatment and that sort of thing. I mean, we talked at the top of the programme, didn't we, about Jeremy Hunt in the Times or the Telegraph, I forget which one, talking about how there needs to be reform in the NHS. In the Mail on Sunday today, we also have Wes Streeting talking about his own treatment for kidney cancer and, the troubles that he went through. And it is important to keep bringing these stories from. We can't push it to one side.
Let's just lighten it just for the last 60 seconds, looking at Benedict, looking in the Observer at how the doctor of old, David Tennant, deals with stage fright.
Yes, he deals with it by eating chocolate, which is, I think that's a fairly sensible move. I mean, the Queen is 96 and apparently she eats dark chocolate every evening. She has a square of it. That helps with her constitution. Chocolate is a wonderful thing, as the Mayans knew perfectly well. You don't have to have it with lots of sugar. It's a bit of a superfood. People extol the virtues of things like cacao. It does wonders for your mental health, apparently. It boosts endorphins. So I'm not surprised to hear this.
Well, it's all right for David Tennant because he's built like a beanpole, isn't he? That's true. Very, very slim.
He's got the metabolism.
I'm very surprised that he still suffers from stage fright. I mean, obviously, he's a very famous Doctor Who, amongst all of the other things he does. We went to see him in Hamlet at the RSC in Stratford. I took the kids, and he was marvellous in that. I'm very surprised to find that he suffers from stage fright. You'll
find some of the biggest names suffer from stage fright. And again, talking about it helps others in the profession. I know many people who would have to go and visit the toilet several times before they go on stage.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. So,
Andrew was terrified before we came out here. Absolutely.
It's shy, crippling.
Shy and retire.
It's crippling, yes, it can be.
Yeah, oh well. I love David Tennant.
Yeah. Oh, I think he's one of the best doctors ever.
Definitely one of the best doctors. And a new exciting doctor to come as well.
Yes, we don't know very much about him.
Well, I saw him in Sex Education. I mean, it is.
He's really good, isn't he?
He is a brilliant actor, and I think it's the next logical stage in Doctor Who's, and I think it works on that sort of basis. So well done to them for casting a great actor. You're going to hear a lot more about him.
Well, Russell T Davies cast him, and I'm a big fan of Russell.
Oh, we love Russell.
He's going to bring it back on track, I hope. Andrew, Benedict, thank you both very much indeed. Good to see you this morning.
Nice to see you too.
Now, we've been talking about those wonderful pictures of royals, like Prince William visiting Dame Deborah, and the Queen smiling and walking along at the Windsor Horse Show. It was her first appearance in almost 2 months, but it will mean that Her Majesty involves herself with more royal engagements now, or pulls back, as we've been predicting.
Yeah.
Let's talk to the editor of Majesty magazine, Ingrid Seward. Hello there, Ingrid.
Good morning, lovely to see you.
Hi, wasn't it lovely to see the Queen out and about in Windsor at the horse show, looking really hale and hearty?
It was amazing. I mean, it is her favourite show, so we're told. And we just thought maybe we wouldn't see her this year because of her mobility problems. But they obviously come and go. So she wasn't able to attend the state opening of Parliament, but she did manage to drive around the show at Windsor and then actually watch a competition of which her horse won. So it was really, really a happy moment to see her so smiling and animated.
Gives us a bit of hope, I guess, that perhaps we will see a bit more of her at the Jubilee celebrations than perhaps we were fearing.
I think we will definitely see her at the Jubilee. I think she's really sort of aiming all her energies at being able to do that, especially the balcony appearance on the first day. And I think we won't see her at everything, but I think we will definitely see her in a situation that she can actually get to without too much trouble. I know she very much wants to attend the service of Thanksgiving because as head of the church, it's very important to her. And they have a lot of contingency plans at St. Paul's in able to get her in there without too much problem. But we'll see. That's the trouble. It's very last minute. So we're all waiting excitedly, us press. And then you suddenly hear that she's not going to be there.
Well, that's an argument, isn't it, for making Prince Charles a formal Prince Regent, so that we don't expect the Queen to turn up. It is a plus if she's there too, but we expect him in her stead.
Well, I go in and out of this one, and I don't know about you, but I think that, in fact, we mustn't write the Queen off. And I think that she once said to one of her ladies in waiting, if I stop, I drop. And I know what she means, you know, if as long as she's keeping going, she's got a reason and she fights off any pain or any illness. And I think if she just sat in a chair and watched television for the rest of her day, as it were, instead of getting out there and doing things, that she would age very quickly. And I don't think we should write her off. And I feel that, Prince Charles would be an excellent regent, but I think it's a little bit too soon at the moment. I really think so, because I think the Queen needs to do things for her own, her own sort of feelings, and just keep her going rather than just being in the background.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. I can understand that. Look, Ingrid, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It's nice to just focus on the Queen looking so well and so lovely. And
I think that's very true, actually, that a lot of people feel if they stop, they drop.
Yeah.
I mean, you only have to look at somebody like Margaret Thatcher, who clung on to power until she possibly couldn't any longer. And then she appeared, her mental health, certainly, and physically, she suddenly went downhill. At least that's how I remember it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Look, let's turn our attention to a bit of showbiz. Showbiz Queen, Stephanie Tetji is here. Morning.
From one queen to another queen, I like it.
Exactly so. Look, let's talk Eurovision.
Oh, that was such a good show last night. It really didn't disappoint because people always like to slag the Eurovision off and say it's quite cheesy, doesn't make for good viewing, but last night was so spectacular. Ukraine was successful, as had been tipped by bookmakers that they would win, and it was a really tight call between Ukraine and Britain, the two favourites of it, and it had looked like we had it in the bag because the jury vote, we had the top marks.
We were well ahead.
We were all the way to the end. It was consistent, but it wasn't until the public vote, and as we know, for the past few months, we've been talking about Ukraine and everything that's been going there. So last night was a really uplifting moment because the song Stefania has actually become like an anthem for Ukraine.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it meant, though. I was all rather hoping for subtitles. I didn't quite get what was going on, but
well, apparently
it was very lively.
Yeah, it was with the flute. Did you like the flute?
Yes. Yeah, he was sort of dancing with the flute.
Yeah.
It was like a recorder.
Yeah.
No, amazing.
Quite catchy.
Yeah.
But I think it's quite interesting, isn't it? If the judges, who would have to be, you would hope, impartial, have sort of said, well, the best song was Britain.
Yeah.
But it's the public who, sort of in an outpouring of support, Ukraine. That's actually quite nice because we can both walk away with it.
And that's what I like about the Eurovision, because it is a feel-good night and it brings all the countries together, and especially when it's like at a time like this. Music's one of those things where it's an uplifter, and I thought it was a spectacular performance. And I like his fuchsia pink hat.
Yes. Yeah, no, he was good. And he had such... I mean, for all of the rapping he was doing, he had such a cute little face at the end when he won. He looked so pleased. Were there any other standout songs?
I loved Spain. They came third, actually.
My goodness, they were on.
That was such a great performance. Well slick, put together. I liked France as well, and Lithuania. There was just so many different ones.
I like the Netherlands, that beautiful girl with she just sang on her own.
Well.
She's only 21. She held the whole stage and the audience, and she sang this beautiful ballad. Again, couldn't understand what it was about, but it was beautiful.
She must have had nerves of steel.
I know. She is a star in the making.
Well, that's the good thing about the Eurovision. We learn about singers that we would never in a million years hear of. So you get to learn about new stars are made. So keeps us updated.
It was Norway's the one that did give Granny a banana. Feed the wolf a banana or something like that. I mean, that was one of the most unusual things I've ever seen.
It's one of the most funniest ones.
I didn't quite get what they were... couldn't get the humour, but
well, look, from potential new stars to an older star, Britney Spears has got some awful news.
Yeah, unfortunately, Britney Spears last night announced on Instagram that she has miscarried and she lost her baby. She only announced last month that she was expecting. She says that we've lost our miracle baby. There have been concerns for Britney this week. Earlier this week, she put about 6 pictures of her head to toe nude, and I think a lot of people were worried about her mental health, and now she's come out with this. And, you know, in the statement, she said maybe we announced it a bit too soon. So I think she was quite earlier on in her pregnancy, but nonetheless, this will be quite devastating for Britney.
She's had, I mean, she's a real talent, actually. Whatever people think of her, she's a real talent.
Yeah.
She has had a rough couple of decades.
Yeah, I think it's a lot for one person to take on, and more than anything, it's in front of the public glare. So, you know, even her being pregnant, I can imagine she was still under pressure, and like people are still talking about her, whether they feel like she's, you know, acting correctly, behaving correctly. But
well, her life won't have gone back to normal, will it?
No.
Just because she's been through these terrible legal battles with her father and everything.
Not at all.
Life doesn't return to normal just like that. You're scarred by the last 20 years or so.
A lot of healing needs to be done, but sending lots of love to Britney.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, Stephanie.
Yeah?
So you're going to be back, aren't you? Because we do our nice special with you and Aidan about quarter to 10, don't we?
We end the show with a bang, a showbiz and sports bang.
Oh, and a lot of gossip.
And more. Some exciting ones are coming up.
Oh, good.
Really? Yeah.
Oh,
Did you guys watch the match yesterday?
No.
Oh, it went to penalties.
Yes, I know. Well, we love hearing you talk football and talking showbiz. That's something to look forward to.
OK, Stephanie, thank you. Stay with us. We've got lots more heading your way in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. Looking ahead to the weather, though, and it's rather warm and humid. Sunny spells, scattered showers, some thundery. These are the details.
Well, it's going to be dry across much of the southwest of England by lunchtime with plenty of warm sunshine and light winds. Feeling warm and humid with temperatures reaching around 21 degrees Celsius.
Have your umbrella at hand across southeast England and London, as a few showers are possible. Could be heavy at times. Drier and brighter across Wales for midday with some bright or warm sunny spells around. A few heavy showers still possible though.
Let's zoom over to the Midlands, and it'll be a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers. Some of those showers could be heavy with the odd rumble of thunder. Feeling warm though and muggy.
It's a mixed picture across northern England this lunchtime. Sunshine and scattered showers. Again, a few could be heavy. Some hail or thunder, believe it or not. 17 Celsius.
Bands of showery rain will continue to move northwards across Scotland. The rain heavy in places, but there will be some sunny spells breaking through at times. Highs of 17.
And mainly dry across Northern Ireland this lunchtime. Generally light winds. A few heavy showers are possible. Warm and humid for the time of year. Again, those temperatures around 17 degrees.
So sunny spells, scattered showers are expected through the rest of this afternoon and into evening time. And that's your weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
NATO foreign ministers are reconvening in Berlin this morning to talk about the latest threats made by Russia.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Sunday, the 15th of May. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio and online. So whatever you're doing, wherever you're heading today, you can take us with you.
Coming up this morning, as foreign leaders meet in Berlin, Russian President Vladimir Putin warned Finland that any attempt they made to join NATO would be a mistake.
NHS prescription charges in England are being frozen as ministers try to ease the financial burden on struggling families. That single prescription will remain at £9.35. If you get a prepayment certificate, then those figures won't change either.
So lots of things to talk about today. Don't wait to get involved. Please email us gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us @gbnews.
I've got a nice surprise for you, Anne. Oh. Actually, because later on in the show, this hour, we're talking to Nancy Carter-Bradley, who we had on a month or two ago. She has terminal brain cancer. And she was trying to, last time she was on, she was trying to raise awareness for the Brain Cancer Trust. She's since had to do some fundraising because she was going to fund her own treatment. She's got some more positive news today, which we'll bring you. But because she was very pleased to be back on, and she's a lovely lady, actually, we're going to bring her husband on as well. She's brought us a cake.
Oh, rich chocolate fudge with buttercream.
You see? Now, that's how you get back on the show, ladies and gentlemen. You promised cake.
Right, we'll have to look for a plate and a couple of knives and forks.
Yes, we will.
We'll find one.
We'll forks, hands, straight in.
Oh, no, I like to eat cake with a fork.
Yeah.
Yes, otherwise you get all sticky.
Well, you do. But anyway, so that is a good one to stay tuned for that one today.
Yeah, that'll be great. We were talking about children's TV programmes and how the ones you remember age you quite distinctly. Bruce says, I'm beyond old, I'm elderly. Bill and Ben with weed. They were stringed puppets, so all the strings dangled down. Yeah, you could see the strings. Bill and Ben were very naughty, and Weed was in the middle of them, wasn't she? And she always used to just sort of raise her head up, just pulled the string, raised her head up, and she went, Weed.
Do you remember when Prince Charles did a Bill and Ben Christmas card with the two boys? It was after the divorce.
Yes, that's right.
And he was in the middle with Harry and William in plant pots either side of him.
Yeah. Well, they brought out those favourites. What were they called? The children's... They were lunchtime favourites or something. Oh. And they brought out a video of them, you know, reconstituted or whatever. Oh, right. So I bought that for my children, so they know Bill and Ben too.
Oh, that's a... Muffin the Mule, says Jean.
Oh, no, that really does age you, I think, Muffin the Mule.
Oh, dear me. That was in the...
Early 1950s.
1950s. Yeah. Muffin the Mule.
Oh, yes, and Linda says, hi, I absolutely loved Hector's House. Now, that puts you in the same age group as my younger sister, because she used to love Hector's House. Do you not know it?
No, I don't know that one.
With Jaja the cat and Kiki the frog. And at the end, Hector always said something like, I've been a very good boy. He was a dog, by the way, Hector.
Yes, and I remember things like Rent-A-Ghost.
Ooh, see that, yeah.
Rent-A-Ghost, that was
puts you quite a lot younger than
that
me.
was the 80s, and it was Mr Claypole and all that sort of thing. What's the face out of Coronation Street was in it? Who's the hairdresser in Coronation Street? Audrey.
I don't know.
She was in it.
Oh, did anyone used to watch Tinker and Tucker?
Oh, no, I don't know that one.
They were koala bears.
Oh.
And Jean Morton was a TV presenter, and she was very, very famous for a long time. She used to sit in between them. Tinker and Tucker were on either side of her. It was made by ATV, but it was on national television, and it was brilliant.
Mary says, when I was young, I loved Sooty and Sweep. Now, they've been going forever and a day. They're probably still going. As a child, I understood every word Sweep said.
But he was just a...
He just squeaked.
Squeaked, yeah. And Sooty never said anything.
No.
I was in Panto once with Sooty.
Were you?
Yeah. I was the Wicked Queen in... I don't know how they wrote Sooty in. I can't remember.
I wonder why you got cast that way.
Yeah, I was the Wicked Queen. And Sooty was in it and used to bring the house down. Sooty was brilliant on stage. This little tiny Sooty in a massive stage, it was in Stoke-on-Trent. It was a huge theatre that was full twice a day for Panto. And Sooty absolutely held centre stage.
Was he quite
very
rude?
Funny. He was very naughty. He wasn't rude, but he was naughty with a hose pipe always.
Oh, right.
Yes, he used to squirt water at the
I'll tell you
audience.
who I met about 3 years ago. Basil Brush.
Oh, Basil Brush.
I've got a lovely picture of me and Basil Brush.
Yes. No, he is wonderful.
And that was just, I mean, it's wonderful. It was wonderful, really nice. He's very rude.
Yeah, we all remember those wonderful TV programmes.
They're classics.
They? Yeah,
that's why they are classics. They don't seem to make them like that anymore.
Oh, I don't know. They had Teletubbies just, 10, 15 years ago. No, maybe 20 years ago, actually, now. Teletubbies became a classic, didn't it?
Yeah.
They have other things. We just don't know them.
No, maybe that's it.
Postman Pat.
Maybe that's
Postman
it.
Pat was wonderful.
I remember watching some of the stuff with my niece and nephew, though, so they're talking like sort of 18, 20 years ago, and my brother saying, they're going to have to watch this programme, but he says, you won't understand a word of it. And it was so surreal. It was the weirdest thing. I can't remember what it was called now. But it was extraordinary.
Bob the Builder, SpongeBob SquarePants. They mean something to every generation, don't they?
Yeah, I suppose
that's why you need children's TV.
Ours were the best, obviously.
Ours were wonderful. Yeah, heartwarming.
There you go. Right, from that lovely little trip down memory lane to what is happening right today. The foreign ministers of the 30 NATO member countries are meeting in Berlin today following recent comments made by the Russian President Vladimir Putin The meetings in the German capital were meant to be informal. That's changed. Sweden and Finland have been invited to attend.
Yes, but today the talks have grown rather more serious, following a phone call made by Vladimir Putin to the Finnish leader, in which he warned him that Finland joining NATO would be a mistake.
Let's talk to Major General Tim Cross, who's a retired British Army officer. It's good to see you, as always. Look, how important do you think this meeting will be today, in the fact that it looks like, whenever the formal decision happens, it looks pretty much like NATO is going to increase in size and is taking an even stronger stand against Moscow?
Yeah, well, it clearly is an important meeting. It follows on from Boris's visit, of course, to Sweden and Finland and the signing of the mutual security agreement. And it was a security agreement, not just a defence agreement. So it included all other aspects of security. But this is primarily a meeting of NATO, which is, of course, a defensive alliance. Sweden and Finland are pretty determined, I think, to join, and I think they should join. But we have to recognise, and we may not like it much, but we have to recognise from a Putin perspective and from a Russian perspective, this simply increases the reach of NATO in the way that, from Putin's point of view, that, you know, an encirclement, if you like. So it's not surprising that he's pushing back at it. The question is, what does he mean by what he may or may not do in the future?
Well, already he has threatened, or he actually already has, cut off electricity to Finland, I think. Yeah. Mind you, that's only about 10% of the electricity they use, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it brings me back to my point about security. Security is energy security, it's cyber, it's all sorts of other aspects. So Putin will use the weapons he's got, and economic sanctions against Finland would not be that surprising. And we will have to react to support Finland in the round. And as you say, it is only 10%, but nonetheless, 10% would be a big hit. We know that from our own problems within Europe as a whole. So he has got a number of issues, things he could do, weapons he could use. I don't personally think that he would use the military weapon. Things are clearly not going well in Ukraine. From the latest British military intelligence reports, which are extremely accurate and unusual to have been releasing these the way they have throughout this campaign, but they are well read, widely read, and they are very accurate. So there's no doubt that Russia is suffering badly in Ukraine, and in my view, there's absolutely no way they're going to open up another military front against Finland or the Baltics.
And in terms of Ukraine, though, I mean, where are we in terms of any sort of end game? Because what seems most likely at the moment, from an amateur's perspective, if you like, is that he's just going to hang on, hold on to what he's got, and it's going to be very difficult to actually push him out.
It is going to be difficult. Clearly, in the last few days, we've heard reports of this botched river crossing, which is a really difficult military operation. You've got to secure the home ground, you've got to get across the river, form a secure area there, and then get your people across. And there's no doubt that they tried to do that and failed. And there's no doubt also that the Russian military are not doing a good job here. They're not fighting well. There's all sorts of reasons for that we could go into, but they're not going to withdraw. That said, Kharkiv, it looks as though they've been pushed back from Kharkiv. It may be that they will be pushed back a bit on the east, but to get them out of Ukraine, and there are senior politicians who are saying that we need to push them out of the whole of Ukraine, including the eastern provinces and Crimea, I just don't think that's a realistic ambition. Anything is possible, but I just don't think that's going to happen. And we have to also take into consideration that Putin is not going to allow that to happen in his own mind, and he will use whatever force is necessary. And that, of course, could raise the game substantially if he feels that he's going to be pushed out completely.
If the Russian forces are not doing as well as we might have expected, can you explain why? What's wrong with them?
Well, they're structured very differently. They have no professional, what we would call a senior NCO sergeant's mess cadre. The heartbeat of the British Army is our sergeant's mess. When I was a company commander, battalion commander, brigade commander, and so forth, I had key people were my sergeant majors, my sergeants, and my junior NCOs. And the Russian military do not have the equivalent of our professional cadre of senior NCOs. Now, why does that matter? It matters because young soldiers, private soldiers, need to be led well on a battlefield by junior and senior NCOs. And what's been happening is the officers have been so from what we're hearing, a lot of the officers have been just not being part of the game. They've deserted almost, and senior officers are having to get engaged. And so you've got that problem of command and control. you've got the problem that this whole moral component piece, which I've spoken about before, this desire to win, the will to win on the battlefield and sacrifice yourself, is much, much stronger in the Ukrainian military than it is in the Russian military. Most of the young soldiers in the Russian military believed that they were going to be welcomed, that it was going to be a relatively easy fight. That clearly hasn't appeared that way. Their logistics has been very poor, and there's all sorts of issues behind that. And the broader campaign plan has not been well thought through and pulled together. That last piece, actually, I'm quite surprised at, because the Russians are normally fairly good at thinking about a campaign plan and how to execute it. But they just seem to have failed to do that. I think it all comes back to the beginning when they expected to move in easily, to be welcomed. The whole thing was going to be done and dusted very quickly. That hasn't happened, and they've not been able to respond to the events as they've unfurled on the ground. And they've been very surprised by NATO's response. I think they've been very surprised by the amount of support NATO's provided. We, the UK, have been in the lead for that, and we should be very proud of that. And so, everything has gone against them. It's the old maxim, events, dear boy, events have really gone against them in this, and they haven't been able to respond.
Major General, good to talk to you, as always. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, that NATO meeting is going on in Berlin, I think, right now, isn't it?
It is, and we know Finland has said it does want to join NATO. We know Sweden's, most of the opposition parties in Sweden have said they would like to join. The leading party, the party in government, is making an announcement today over what they want to do, and we believe the public sentiment in Sweden is overwhelmingly in favour of joining NATO. So there could be proper joint announcements today.
Gosh, that would be momentous, actually, wouldn't it? In Berlin at the moment, we've got various foreign ministers meeting from all of those NATO countries. Not the actual country leaders themselves, but that may be the next stage. And our Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, is there. This is what she had to say just a bit earlier.
We were very pleased to be joined by our friends Finland and Sweden. If they do apply to join NATO, the UK is strongly supportive of that. We're also working closely with the Ukrainians and the Poles and others to make sure that Ukraine has NATO standard defence. It's also important today that we focus on a global NATO, because as well as protecting Euro-Atlantic security, we also need to watch out for Indo-Pacific security too.
Oh, see, that's very interesting. That's very interesting, because we were talking earlier on about how does Ukraine feel, because Ukraine isn't part of NATO. It did want to be initially. It's now officially said no, it won't be, but that's because of the fears from Russia. But to say then they will make sure that Ukraine has NATO standard security it's sort of NATO by the back door, isn't it?
It is. It's a difficult one to juggle, isn't it? They're using the words very, very carefully.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what's going on in Berlin at the moment.
Let's bring you up to date with the headlines. The Prime Minister is going to urge Northern Ireland's politicians to get back to work after the DUP blocked the election of a Speaker at the Stormont Assembly. Boris Johnson is heading to Belfast tomorrow for a series of crisis talks where he'll say parties must come together if problems with the protocol are going to be fixed.
NHS prescription charges in England will be frozen for the first time in 12 years as part of measures to ease the cost of living crisis. Health Secretary Sajid Javid says the charges, which normally rise in line with inflation, will be paused to put an estimated £17 million, as he says, back into people's pockets.
Extra security measures installed in prisons over the last 2 years have stopped about 20,000 attempts to smuggle drugs and weapons behind bars. The Justice Secretary says X-ray body scanners and drug trace machines are helping to enforce a zero-tolerance approach, as there should be, to drugs, knives and mobile phones in prison.
And the Prime Minister has praised Ukraine after winning the Eurovision Song Contest, calling it a reflection of talent and unwavering support for the country's fight for freedom. The folk rap group Kalush Orchestra's Stefania topped the poll, whilst Sam Ryder for the UK came in second place with his song Spaceman.
In the FA Cup final, Liverpool beat Chelsea 6-5 on penalties after a goalless 120 minutes. Substitute Kostas Tsimikas scored the winning penalty after Chelsea's captain hit the post. The win means Liverpool are still on course for an unprecedented quadruple of trophies. Now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has hugely affected the price and availability of lots of things, including sunflower oil.
Yeah, the two countries are responsible, apparently, for nearly 80% of the world's sunflower oil, which has led to price increases up to as much as 1,000%.
Well, the UK's farmers are now growing more rapeseed to try to meet the rising demand for some sort of vegetable oils. Let's talk to our North East of England reporter, Rachel Sweeney, who joins us now. Morning, Rachel.
Ah, yes. In a rapeseed field, I think.
Beautiful Northumberland, made all the more brighter by these seas of yellow fields, and they're made up of rapeseed, and it's the tiny little black seeds inside them that make rapeseed oil, which has become so in demand that farmers are having to grow more of it to meet that demand. And that's because sunflower oil is basically impossible to get now. If you can get it, it's marked up by 1,000%. It's unrealistic for people. So rapeseed oil has become a viable alternative. That's because Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine are responsible for about 80% of the world's sunflower oil. So that's why it's so hard to get. Now, joining me now is Karen Park, who is a local farmer in Northumberland, who is growing more rapeseed. Now, you'd think that would be a good thing, but it's not quite as simple as that, is it?
Well, that's right, Rachel. My husband grows the rapeseed and I press it and bottle it, and filter it and sell it. So it's the demand has been great. Our sales of rapeseed oil in April were the highest that they've ever been. We've had queries from large manufacturers who can't get sunflower oil, who are wanting to use cold pressed rapeseed oil in the commercial food processing businesses. And if I was scaled up enough, I would be able to meet demand, but unfortunately I'm just a really small artisan seller. So yes, it's great that more people are using cold pressed rapeseed oil, and hopefully even after the world hopefully returns to normal, people will still use it because it's a really healthy oil. So yeah, farmers are facing a difficult time because the price of rapeseed oil has absolutely rocketed. When I started pressing rapeseed oil 2 years ago, I was buying the rape at £330 a tonne. It's nearly 800 now. So when you're running a small business and your main input cost goes up by 120%, it involves quite a lot of late nights in front of an Excel spreadsheet wondering how we're going to make this business work. So costs have just rocketed. Unfortunately, I've already had to put the price of my oil up once, and it looks like I'm going to have to do that again. So it's not all good news.
I'll just bring Bruce Jobson into this conversation, agricultural journalist. Bruce, can you give us an overview of the farming industry at the moment? Because we've talked extensively about the struggles that farmers in the UK face.
Well, it's been continuing, as you know. You and I have been doing this for about 6-7 months, going around farms, visiting people in Northumberland, and it's across the board. It all started with the rise in gas and oil prices. But this is something different. It's basically, as just Karen said here, that you cannot get sunflower oil, and this is going to be a big problem going forward. The same with Ukraine being the 4th largest potato producer. You're not going to get the product out of the country because of the port infrastructures and the railheads all being destroyed. And this is going to be a big problem. So farmers are going to be selling more oilseed rape, with about 600,000 to 700,000 hectares grown per year in the UK. That will probably increase because of the price. Now, Karen just mentioned last year 320. Now, it's actually on Friday night. I checked the figures. The futures is £874. So from a farming point of view, yeah, farmers will get that extra return. But as I say, the input costs are great. Fertilizer's gone up 100%, possibly more, because we cannot get the fertilizer out of the country. So the likes of Karen, who are producing their own product here, sea banks, because of the sea behind us here, the wonderful sea and the flowers here, people are going to be using more of this product, and it will be in huge demand. So, from a farming point of view, farmers are going to get more money, but the costs are going to be increasing.
Karen, I must ask you, Is there a limit, because some people believe there is, on how much rapeseed a farmer can grow?
Well, you're right, Rachel. This field that we are in, we last grew it in here 7 years ago. So you have to, for soil health and for your plant health, you have to practice good farm management, so crop rotation. So we couldn't just decide, next year just to, cover the whole farm in rapeseed. It doesn't quite work like that. So no, it's just part of crop rotation.
Thank you both very much. Now, we also have a cake here. You're not the only people who've got cake this morning. We're going to have a slice made from this lovely rapeseed oil, and we'll join you later.
Oh, very, very nice. You enjoy yourself.
It's nice to see you in a field and then having the end product there as well, but we're all going to have to get used to using different sorts of oils.
Well, it's funny, I don't know why we don't use rapeseed oil and things. I mean, I don't know that I must have seen it in the shops.
Oh, yes, it must be there.
So, I don't know, I just never noticed
Probably
it.
own brand oil or something like that.
Maybe, yeah. But there you go. And there you see plenty of the field, so why not?
Lots of calls about breastfeeding.
Yes.
Because we were talking about how some mothers who choose or have to bottle feed get bottle shamed, which I think is a really horrible, ugly thing to do to somebody, because you never know why they're bottle feeding and not breastfeeding anyway. Glenn says, my wife breastfed our son at home, but used a bottle in public so that she didn't want to be on display. Again, some people don't like to. But she did feed him breast milk in the bottle. I think mums need to do what works for them.
Yeah.
That's the way to put it, Glenn, I think.
And June says, I breastfed my 3 sons up to 10 months. However, from 5 months onwards, I gave them a formula at night, and they slept like babies.
Yeah. Yes, I bet they did.
I don't know what that means.
It's because they had very full tummies. Jan says it's a generational thing. Never heard of bottle shaming. I took Eglinol, which I think must be because she adopted, that must be something that stimulates breast milk in a woman who hasn't actually had the baby. Oh. And then I breastfed my baby for 3 months. Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, see,
exactly.
that's the right sentiment, isn't it? Different strokes for different folks. Keep your thoughts coming through. GB Views at GBNews.uk. We've got plenty more to come, including a chat with the founder of the charity Head Up, as Mental Health Awareness Week comes to an end today. Looking ahead to the weather, though, and it's rather warm and humid. Sunny spells, scattered showers, some thundery. These are the details.
Well, it's going to be dry across much of the southwest of England by lunchtime, with plenty of warm sunshine and light winds. Feeling warm and humid with temperatures reaching around 21 degrees Celsius.
Have your umbrella at hand across southeast England and London, as a few showers are possible. Could be heavy at times. Drier and brighter across Wales for midday, with some bright or warm sunny spells around. A few heavy showers still possible, though.
Let's zoom over to the Midlands, and it'll be a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers. Some of those showers could be heavy, with the odd rumble of thunder. Feeling warm, though, and muggy.
It's a mixed picture across northern England this lunchtime. Sunshine and scattered showers. Again, a few could be heavy. Some hail or thunder, believe it or not. 17 Celsius.
Bands of showery rain will continue to move northwards across Scotland. The rain heavy in places, but there will be some sunny spells breaking through at times. Highs of 17.
Mainly dry across Northern Ireland this lunchtime. Generally light winds. A few heavy showers are possible. Warm and humid for the time of year. Again, those temperatures around 17 degrees.
So sunny spells, scattered showers are expected through the rest of this afternoon and into evening time. And that's your weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's 2 questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"9:26, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, there have been significant increases in the number of serving armed forces personnel and veterans seeking mental health care over the last decade. We've talked about this here before, haven't we?
Yeah, the MOD says the proportion of serving armed forces personnel diagnosed with mental health conditions has nearly doubled. Just under 3 months ago, we talked to Paul Minter, who is setting off on this most incredible challenge to raise money for Head Up, the charity he formed, to raise money to help people with members of the armed forces or veterans with mental health issues. And he was running all the way around the country, and he joins us now. Paul, tell us how you've been getting on. What day are you on now?
Hello, Stephen. Hello, Anne.
Hi.
I'm doing really well. I'm on day 76, I believe, now.
Wow. So, that's you've done all of the entire coast of sort of northwest England and Scotland and back into England again.
Yeah, I started off in Liverpool on the 1st of March. I've gone all up the northwest, hugging the coastline, all around Scotland, and down the northeast, and I'm currently sitting in Cleethorpes, which is right next to Grimsby.
That is amazing. How are your feet? How are you?
Yeah, my body is doing well, actually. It's adjusted over time. First few weeks are difficult. I'm running about 30 miles every day, give or take a few. And I've got a 10-kilogram bag on my back, so I don't go home. I go from town to town non-stop every single day. And I will continue until the 4th of October when I reach back in Liverpool. But I'm doing well. I'm holding up well. Pains, niggles here and there, but it's only to be expected.
That's what soldiers do in the hardest of training, isn't it? A 30-mile run with 10 kilograms on your back, and you're doing it every day?
Pretty much every day, yeah. 6 out of 7 days I run for. But it's not just me. Everyone, lots and lots of people join in. Hundreds of people join me now. Everything from 12-year-old girls to 74-year-old men dusting off their trainers to come and join me for a couple of miles. And it's just been fantastic. I've had so much support. It's been unreal. From running clubs to children, all sorts of people. It's been fantastic.
And how's that going with the fundraising then? Because you've got a big target to hit.
Yeah, well, after £3 million in 2 years to develop this life-changing retreat, we have certain monthly and yearly targets. But we're already beating our yearly target. We're over £350,000 in September. We're doing fantastic. And so many people are just getting behind this cause. It's so needed. The more people I talk to as I go around on the run, everyone's got a story to tell about someone they know, whether that be related as severe as suicide or just people that have gone through hard times. And people just want different methods on how they can help to improve their mental well-being. And that's kind of what we want to deliver, give people multiple different tools.
Look, I think we've got your Just Giving page, which we can put up on the bottom of the screen if people want to join in with this, Paul. And while we do that, I guess it shouldn't come as any surprise that veterans and people who are serving are going to have some struggles with. Some of the things that you have to see as part of your job are absolutely horrific, aren't they?
They can be, yeah. But even like the training, everything you go through is very high intensity. But that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you need to bring yourself down. You can't be up on that high pedestal all the time. You need to calm yourself down, relax, and find different ways to find peace in yourself. And we just want to. There's so many different methods that you can use. Unfortunately, a lot of people are just not aware of these methods, or they need a bit of a helping hand, a bit of guidance. But there's loads and loads of charities and organisations out there. There's over 1,600 armed forces charities alone, but people are just not aware of them. So that kind of my run is all about flying the flag, putting the name out there, talking to people, letting them know that there is help out there if they need it, or even if they don't need it, there are methods to improve your mental well-being. So then when the time does come that you are in a position where you need some help, you've already had this understanding of how you can help yourself anyway.
And while people are able to see the address of your Just Giving page on the bottom of our screen here, just remind them that not only are you trying to raise awareness, but you also want to build a physical centre where people will be able to go and get the help they need or relax and learn how to de-stress.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 4 of us behind this charity, 4 co-founders, and we're all doing these huge events to develop a 7-day positive mindset retreat. It's going to be in Worcestershire, so it's geographically accessible to pretty much every single person in the UK. It's going to be open in September next year. It's going to be completely free for anyone from any service in the armed forces, whether they're serving or they have served. So it doesn't matter how many years they serve for. Also for reservists. So over 5 million people can access this retreat completely for free. And we're currently talking to developers at the moment. So it's going to happen, but we still are desperate for money. More and more businesses are getting involved with us, donating large sums. More organisations are getting involved, individuals, all sorts of people. So if anyone watching this can donate, or they've got a business, or they know someone that would like to be involved one way or another, please do. Please get in touch. We've got a website. You can find out all about what we're doing. And yeah, this is becoming more of a United Kingdom people, everyone coming together to get this retreat built. It's not just us. We can't do it on our own. So we're asking everyone to help out.
Yeah, it's a fantastic message and a fantastic thing that you're trying to achieve. Paul, it's a joy to talk to you again. Thank you. I know we're going to keep touching base till you get back to Liverpool. Every couple of months we want to find out how you're getting on. It's your thighs I feel sorry for. I've got to be honest. Are you getting regular massages?
No, I'm actually going for my very first massage in about half an hour. So we'll see how that goes.
You're going to need it. Paul, thank you very much indeed, and we'll speak to you again soon. In the Tour de France, they have massages every day on their thighs. Yeah. So, I mean, Paul's...
I'm a bit worried about how the first massage after all this running is going to be.
It's going to be a bit sore. Look, if you're listening on the radio, you wouldn't have seen the strap with the address on, so here it is, justgiving.com /fundraising/Paul-Minter1. So if you just Google justgiving.com and Paul-Minter1,
get it.
then you'll find it. And if you want to get in touch with the charity, as Paul mentioned, I'd just Google Head Up Charity. And he's an incredible man. I mean, we're both very fond of people serving in the armed forces.
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, my son, who now serves in the armed forces, stayed with me during COVID for the first lockdown, and he used to go out running nearly every day, I think. We bought this enormous 10-kilogram thing of rice, and he strapped it to his back and went out running nearly every day. And I can't carry it. I have to say, such was the first lockdown. We never actually ate the rice at all. It's still there in the kitchen. I can't carry it. It's really heavy, 10 kilograms.
The stuff they do is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. It's
and he's doing that every day.
Every day. What a man. Brilliant stuff. It'd be great if you could support him. We've got plenty more still to come for you, though, including we're going to catch up once again with Nansa Carter-Bradley, the woman fighting for access to a life-saving trial to beat brain cancer. Stay with us.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
And it's 9:36, very nearly 9:37. Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. We're live across the UK on both your TV and your radio.
Yeah, now I want to touch base again with Nancy Carter-Bradley from Hampshire, who was diagnosed with brain cancer in 2005, successful with the treatment until 2019, when it all came back.
Yeah, in fact, only 1/4 of patients with the disease are alive after the first 12 months. And Nancy now joins us with her David. And a very good morning to you. Lovely to see you back.
Very good to see you. Now, look, when you first came on, you were wanting to try and get awareness, weren't you? And
my petition.
Get your petition and more support for the Brain Cancer Trust.
Brain Cancer Charity.
Brain
Tumour Charity.
Oh, yeah.
Get it right.
Get it right. But since then, you started fundraising because you really needed to raise some money for a treatment that you would going to have to pay for yourself.
Yes, yeah. We did look. It looked like initially that we would have to self-fund this treatment, but we found out a little bit after that Novacure have put us in touch with a Swiss university hospital who are running a trial for my type of tumour. So I'm going to give it a bash, see what happens.
So what's the sort of application process for that? I mean, it seems crackers that you have to apply, but...
I don't know exactly, but there are hoops that I'm going to have to jump through. The difficulty with me is that Novacure is licensed to treat glioblastomas, and I have an astrocytoma, which is in the same sort of family of tumours. So, in theory, this technology should work for my type of tumour, but it's a trial. So,
and what are the difficulties of getting included in a trial? I mean, if, for instance, they do accept you on the trial, you'd have to go out there to receive the treatment?
I have to go to Switzerland several times. I believe Novacure are trying to...
Sorry, who are Novacure?
Novacure are the company that has Optune, which is this trial.
Yeah.
And it's the tumour treating fields where you wear electrodes on your head.
Oh, right.
To shave your head. It's a great look for a woman, but it's better than being dead, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'll take that, and I'll wear a wig and a scarf and make the best of it. And I believe they are trying to attempt to run trials later on in the year. But again, my tumour doesn't probably qualify for that in this country where they're licensed to treat GBMs. So
you'd have to go out to Switzerland?
So I think Switzerland is my only chance, really. And I think there are worse places to go.
And it's timing as well.
Yes.
Because Nancy's on a chemotherapy now. It's the right time to have this treatment when at the same time they work together, they complement each other. So it's would Nancy be suitable for the trials in the UK later? Maybe.
Maybe
not. But this is a good one to shoot for.
Yeah, in terms of the, sorry, I was just going to say, in terms of the fundraising, you need to, if you're privately funding this treatment, which you may still need to do potentially.
Everything's an uncertainty
at the moment. That's £240,000 a year. Now you've got to about 50 grand, haven't you?
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But in some respects, you need to still keep raising that money in case you don't get on the trial, don't you?
Well, I'm trying to keep all doors open, and if I don't need the money for myself, I intend to give it to my charity. So I'd like to think it's a win-win situation.
Yeah,
really.
I was going to say, so if people want to donate, then say if you don't need the money, then it is going to go to help research and...
It will go to other Nancys that will need it, and that's important because, you know, we are an underfunded sort of cancer, so it's really important that any money that comes my way, if it's not used for my treatment, I will redirect it to make sure that it's used the best way possible.
When Stephen and I heard this morning that you were going to come in to talk about this possible trial, I thought, I wonder what the dangers of a trial are, because if it was a drug, then you might be given a placebo in order to make... But it's not going to be like that.
No, it's not. No, you do get the actual treatment. I mean, I will have to shave my head and put these things on my head, and that's that. I will then be monitored, go for scans. And
what do the things do you know?
They send an electromagnetic frequency through your brain, basically.
To try and target the tumour?
Yeah, the cells, the cancer cells. So
it interferes with the way the cells divide. So rapidly dividing cells like cancers get affected by it, and normal cells don't. So it's really brilliant tech.
It's really cool. It's cool, yeah.
It could be used for other stuff.
It is being used for mesothelioma. They're really targeting the nasty cancers. It's trialled for ovarian cancer again, which is a...
My goodness.
So I personally, in America, they sort of are using this with regards to brain cancer treatment as a fourth line of treatment, along with chemo, radio and surgery.
And Anne, you said about the risks of a trial. This is a treatment that doesn't have a lot of side effects. It's not like chemotherapy, which we all know can be really hard for people, or
I've
surgery.
I've just been on it this week and I feel like death.
So, really still feel rotten.
Oh, God. Yeah.
But also, as we said, it's not like a drug where there's a chance you would be given a placebo in order to make the test viable.
It does what it says on the tin.
Yeah. I can't imagine what a sort of roller coaster it's been after sort of seeing all your social media stuff over the past sort of month. You've been on a right old roller coaster, haven't you? And it must be like that as a family, actually.
I can't quite believe this is my life, actually. I feel like I've stepped into a disaster movie, and it has been hell, absolute hell. But this is a real chink of light and hope, and we so need some hope. So I'm going to grab it.
I tell you what I was struck by, and I'm not surprised you did it, but with Deborah James, and obviously she's on end-of-life care now. And obviously you said, I saw your tweet saying you were heartbroken, but the reason she's been applauded so much and raised a lot of money and what have you is because she's been incredibly brave. And talking about her cancer, her bowel cancer in the way that she has, is supportive and inspirational, and it's an incredibly strong thing to do.
She is, yeah.
You're doing the same thing.
Yes, you are.
Oh.
You're doing exactly the same thing, and I think that will touch a lot of people. That you're fighting for what you want and need.
I'm fighting for all of us because I'm sick and tired of watching my friends die. I'm on palliative treatment. It's now or never. And Deborah's incredible. I'm really flattered. But this needs to be done. It needs to be
And if you were to take part in a trial, you would be pushing the borders forward again for
there's
knowledge.
More data. There's very little data on my tumour. Mine's quite rare.
What's it called again?
I've got an astrocytoma.
Yeah, astrocytoma.
I know, it's snazzy, right?
Yeah, but not.
It's not nice, though. So
No, you'll be helping research, whatever happens.
Well, that's yeah, given data.
You're making a major milestone. If you can only take part in this trial, it would be good for you, but good for others too.
Exactly, and that's what's really important. Really important.
How are the kids? Another grown up. Your little avocados are all big and grown up. But I will watch the whole family with interest now.
Oh, good. Well, you were just talking about the armed services. Obviously, but Toby's just left the army. He's fine. My daughter's found this really, really difficult. She's a medical student, so she knows, a bit more than I suppose than the average person.
She probably knows too much in a way.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and also her instinct is to help and to make things better. And she's seeing her mum crying every day and finding things very difficult. But they're great. They're solid and they'll cope, and we are united as a family, and they support me all the time, so I'm really lucky.
Well, David, there's a lot of pressure on you, actually. There's all this. I know there's all the focus on Nancy, so quite rightly so, but it's tough.
It is, but I'm really lucky. My colleagues at work have got my back, and she's worth it.
Of course, understatement.
Well, quite right too. Quite right too. I can see you both tearing up, which is... But you know what? I think sometimes, and you don't get it enough on news channels, of actually getting to understand people and really seeing people. And I think that's important. And as I say, it's why I think you're actually, whatever you think when you get home, I think you're an inspiration to a lot of people. And you will be for a very long time to come.
So if you have a cry at home, you can have a few tears of pride.
Yes.
The fact that you came in and talked about it and did your bit.
Is this because I brought you cake?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, look, we've got the Just Giving is on the page. If you want to, if you're on the radio, it is justgiving.com/crowdfunding/Avocado Fairy, because that's the name you go by weirdly for some unknown reason.
Made sense when I was
but it's memorable. It's memorable. Avocado Fairy.
Keep us up to date.
Will do.
I'd love to follow your progress and see how you get on. But most of all, keep well.
Thank you. Planning to.
Planning to, and it is very good to see you both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Shall we bring you up to date with the rest of the news that's coming out today? The Prime Minister will urge Northern Ireland's politicians to get back to work after the DUP blocked the election of a Speaker at the Stormont Assembly. Boris Johnson will travel to Belfast tomorrow for a series of crisis talks where he'll say parties must come together if the problems with the protocol are ever going to be fixed.
NHS prescription charges in England will be frozen for the first time in 12 years, part of measures to ease the cost of living crisis. The Health Secretary says the charges, which rise in line with inflation normally, which of course is going up and up and up, are going to be frozen to put about £70 million, in his words, back in people's pockets.
Extra security measures installed in prisons over the last 2 years have stopped nearly 20,000 attempts to smuggle drugs and weapons behind bars. The Justice Secretary Dominic Raab says X-ray body scanners and drug tracing machines are helping to enforce a zero tolerance approach to drugs, knives and mobile phones.
OK, let's... Do you know, struggle.
I know.
After that.
I know.
She's, I mean, such a lovely person.
Yeah, I know. It's just terrible. But it would be brilliant if she could take part in that trial in Switzerland. Let's hope she does.
But in the meantime, if she needs that money for treatment, see if we can.
Yeah, and we know we brought you 2 Just Giving pages to look at, but sometimes you just meet the most incredible people, and you have to reach out and help, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
And we did twice today.
We try our best, and we do try our best. OK, let's talk showbiz and sport with Ada McGee and Stephanie Tecci, who are here to cheer us up this morning. Morning, both. Look, let's kick off with... Let's have a bit of Eurovision, should we? Because I need a smile.
Gosh, it was the good, the bad and the cheesy, but I loved it.
Yeah, I liked it. Surprised I
It was one of the most entertaining Eurovision programmes we've had in a very long time. And, you know, we weren't let down as a country with Sam Ryder. He gave us our best result in over 20 years. So that is something to smile about. But obviously the big winners of the night were Ukraine with Lukush and Stefania. So I thought that was a win well deserved. What did you think, Aidan?
I thought Sam Ryder is an absolute credit to this country. I mean, apart from when we were singing, he was smiling, you know. He was fantastic. I mean, considering everything last year, nul point. But I also believe that it's a bit of a Brexit mythbuster as well, because last year we were told, it's all because of Brexit, it's all because of politics.
I don't think it's a mythbuster.
Go on.
Oh. No, I don't. I think probably we were kicked because of Brexit, because it is very political. I think this time what probably helped is the fact we have been so supportive of Ukraine.
Possibly. But I also think it's about, we touched on it early on off camera, didn't we? We were talking about how if the actor's good enough and the song's good enough, people will vote. 12 points from Germany, 12 points from France yesterday. It's a long time since we've had a full compliment from those two.
And it was a big hit with viewers because it had over 180 million viewers worldwide who watched Eurovision.
Really?
So it was a big TV hit as well.
I like the voting system as well, actually, because
it was better, it was quicker.
Yeah, it was, but also Graham Norton did say that there could be a sting in the tail. He was absolutely right. You get those load of votes coming in from left field, don't you? You don't know which way they're going to go, and it added to the excitement. But as you say, it wasn't kind of prolonged either, was it? It wasn't.
No, they'd found a way to do it quite quickly.
Still past my bedtime.
Still make it very,
I was going to say. I think you're all very brave saying
I like the Dutch entry was good.
Me too. I thought she was fabulous.
She was 21. I think they finished. She was on the left side of the board, wasn't she? She did pretty well.
Yeah,
it was a nice song. There. I just think those cluster of ballads at the beginning.
Yeah.
They're just quite distant from memory at the end of it when it comes to the voting, isn't it? So I think she probably suffered from that.
My favourite was the Lithuanian woman. I thought she was quite good. She had this kind of 70s chic about her, which I really liked.
Was it a bit crackers?
No.
Because I have to say, I quite like either the very poppy, because it just seems so Euro trashy, or the completely crackers ones.
Well, I think they add entertainment value to it. And who doesn't like a bit of Eurotrash? People love to slag Eurotrash, but I think it's quite catchy.
Yeah, Norway did this very weird one with the people dressed up in, almost like half wolf, half banana.
I know.
And then they kept flashing words up on the screen. It says, give grandma a banana. And I thought, does that mean something in Norway? Maybe it's a catchphrase or something.
I hadn't seen Mika for a long time either, the host.
Yeah, he's been away for the last
hang on,
few
which one was he?
So he was one who kept changing his outfit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I
main guy. He's only 38, so his pop career was in, 2007, 8? He must have
he was a pop singer, is he?
Yeah. He performed last night. He still showed he's still got it. There's no doubt about
So before the Eurovision, it was the FA Cup final. So we were talking about that. That was an interesting segue.
Yeah, it was, because I think if you look at the TV companies, we criticised them yesterday, didn't we, for moving the kick-off. It's not all down to them, of course, and it didn't really play into the hands of the supporters. They would have had a difficult job getting home last night to Liverpool. But I do think that a lot of the viewers would have probably stayed on and watched Eurovision. I think that kind of tallied up a little bit. But yeah, it was a decent, watchable 0-0 draw.
Yeah.
It went to extra time, then penalties. I'm old-fashioned. I like to see a few goals. I think the problem with the FA Cup final, we talked at length yesterday, didn't we, about how as a great British institution, it's been diminished and kind of run down a bit in the last 20-odd years, but it hasn't helped that we haven't had a decent cup final. We've probably had about 2 or 3 in the last 20 years, and when you're talking about peak time terrestrial TV audiences, I just don't think they're getting bang for their buck from this competition. The prize money isn't high enough, but nonetheless, Liverpool prevailed. They're on course for a quadruple, but there's a big round of Premier League games today.
What time did the penalties finish then? Well,
it kicks off at 4:45, so I reckon it would have been around about 7 o'clock, yeah. So
we were worried yesterday that those Liverpool fans wouldn't get home. Because the last train left London at 8 or something.
11 minutes past, I believe. I mean, it was possible to get home after that, but you might, in some cases, have to sit on a train for 13 hours. I mean, so there'll be some Liverpool fans just getting in now. But I suppose if they've won, that makes up for it, I guess.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yes, they would have wanted to go out partying.
Talking about partying and people getting out of control, the chaser is getting chased.
Gosh, yes, yes, he is. Oh, I like that
one.
Thank you. Mark Lebet, one of the chasers, he's just come out. He revealed that he gets paid up to £1 million per show when he does the chase.
Whoa!
Really?
£1 million. So obviously, I think a lot of ladies have heard that figure. Yep. No, actually, it was in a month.
A
£1
month?
in a month.
That's all right.
Right, that.
Well, that'll do.
Starting a rumour. But the ladies have clearly heard that figure, and he says every time he goes out, he has to have a minder with him because women keep on throwing themselves at him. And he said, you know, while we find it funny, this week I felt sorry for men because, you know, Peter Andre came out about the whole chipolata comment which Rebecca Vardy made, which made him feel vulnerable. And Mark is saying, you know, if that was a man doing that to a woman, no one would find it funny.
No,
but because he's a man and women are, you know, he says every time he goes out, women are like slapping his bottom, squeezing him, and he said it's not on women to be acting like this.
No,
that's a fair point.
Does he hate it? Did he say hate
he seems to, well, from what I read in the paper, he seems to like the attention. But I just think
I think £1 million a month probably goes some way to...
Yeah, but it doesn't give anyone an excuse for groping him if that's what's happening. It's horrible.
Well, he did say if the roles were reversed between him and the fans, he'd be in the cells.
Yeah,
well, that's very true.
That's true, isn't it, actually? Oh, well, there you go.
If the roles were different, it'll be
Isn't
something
it funny
else.
how when it comes to these sort of things, we do laugh it off.
We
Just
do.
think, oh, isn't that funny?
Yeah.
And then when you think if it's happening to you, it's not.
No, yeah. Well, I think there's this kind of myth where people think that men like that attention, and recently more and more men have been saying, actually, no, it's not okay, kind of thing, where before I think people just assume stereotypically it's okay to act like that.
Yeah.
You must get a bit of attention, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind it, though. It's OK.
What? No.
So when does...
Well, I'm just saying, he's not a bad-looking
No,
fella.
look, we can't let the programme end without saying, have a wonderful wedding.
Yeah, I
because
got you some love hearts.
Oh, that's a good present.
Pass them down.
Pass them down. Love hearts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Thursday is
It's
the
not
big
long.
day.
It's not long now, and you're always thinking of work and all the pressure and everything. But now you can go home this afternoon. What you're going to do? You're going to chill out.
Chill out this afternoon. Tomorrow we're just having a day on our own, going for a picnic and have a fire in the garden.
Yeah.
Mine's broken. I've got a broken heart.
You've got a broken heart.
No.
Rather you than me. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
So I'll be back in a fortnight.
Yes.
So,
well, you have a wonderful, wonderful time.
Yeah, do.
Have a wonderful
Please
wedding, and enjoy every minute of it. And don't think about us at all.
No,
But do send
I will.
us some pictures, please?
Yes, I will.
do.
Oh yeah, we do want pictures.
I will.
Hope it goes well, Stephen.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you in a couple of weeks. Looking ahead to the weather, though, and it's rather warm and humid. Sunny spells, scattered showers, some thundery. These are the details.
Well, it's going to be dry across much of the southwest of England by lunchtime with plenty of warm sunshine and light winds. Feeling warm and humid with temperatures reaching around 21 degrees Celsius.
Have your umbrella at hand across southeast England and London, as a few showers are possible. Could be heavy at times. Drier and brighter across Wales for midday, with some bright or warm sunny spells around. A few heavy showers still possible, though.
Let's zoom over to the Midlands, and it'll be a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers. Some of those showers could be heavy with the odd rumble of thunder. Feeling warm, though, and muggy.
It's a mixed picture across northern England this lunchtime. Sunshine and scattered showers. Again, a few could be heavy. Some hail or thunder, believe it or not. 17 Celsius.
Bands of showery rain will continue to move northwards across Scotland. The rain heavy in places, but there will be some sunny spells breaking through at times. Highs of 17.
And mainly dry across Northern Ireland this lunchtime. Generally light winds. A few heavy showers are possible. Warm and humid for the time of year. Again, those temperatures around 17 degrees.
So sunny spells, scattered showers are expected through the rest of this afternoon and into evening time. And that's your weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the